Hello everyone, a very good morning and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Welcome to another session on international relations. So today we shall be starting with the next module on India-China relations. As you can expect, it's going to be a very important discussion. From an examination point of view, India-China relations are extremely important. So today we are going to cover many important topics under India-China. But before we start, first let's take up the questions that were left from yesterday. We have a list of all the doubts and questions that you guys had raised. So let's spend few minutes on the questions related to Afghanistan, SARC, and BIMSTEC. And after that, immediately we'll start with India and China. The first question Pratima had asked, Sir, for the latest earthquake in Afghanistan, has India sent any HADR assistance? See, just a few days ago, Afghanistan was hit by a devastating earthquake. Thousands of people have been killed, and Afghanistan is struggling to help the disaster affected population. As of now, we haven't heard anything officially from the Indian government regarding any disaster management assistance. But I would like to give you one more example. Last year as well, Afghanistan was hit by a major earthquake. More than 2,000 people had died, and the Taliban government was struggling to provide assistance. So last year, India did announce assistance and supply some aid through other foreign donor agencies. So this time as well, I'm sure India will announce something, but as of now, we haven't heard anything official. Next, Kamalesh had asked, Sir, India engaging and recognizing a brutal terrorist organization like Taliban, which is responsible for numerous inhumane actions, can result in a backfire and a new security crisis, just as it happened to the very breeder of the Taliban, the US, as well as Pakistan. How trustworthy is the Taliban in this regard? See, Taliban, of course, cannot be entirely trusted. What you're saying is that should we be concerned about engaging with Taliban, which has been a terrorist organization? Definitely, India has those concerns, right? Especially if we have to deal with networks like Haqqani Network, which has been a major terror group which has targeted Indian interests, right? Definitely, there are major concerns for India. But it wouldn't be correct to compare India's engagement with Taliban with the support that Pakistan had given to Taliban. We are not going to the extent of directly backing the Taliban regime. We just want to maintain basic relations in order to protect our interests. So, in that regard, I don't think we should be concerned about the strategy backfiring on India. Given that we have made $3 billion worth of investments and Afghanistan is critical for us to counter terrorism, Afghanistan is critical for us to connect with Central Asia. So, given this importance, it is ideal, it is pragmatic to connect with Taliban, maybe maintain some kind of basic relationship, not going to the extent of backing the Taliban regime. That is something India is looking at. Nilesh is asking, recently it was in news, there was no assistance provided by India and Afghanistan is closing its embassy in India. So how will it affect our relations now with Afghanistan? I think Nilesh is referring to a recent development where the Afghan embassy in New Delhi has been shut due to lack of funds. And while shutting down, the Afghan embassy said that India didn't provide any assistance. Please understand, the Afghan embassies that are present around the world, including in India, these were all the embassies of the former civilian government. All right. Since Taliban has not been recognized by any government and no country has set up official diplomatic ties with the Taliban, Taliban has not been able to establish embassies or provide funds for the previous embassies that were there. Now, if you take the embassy that shut down in New Delhi, the embassy facility and the embassy officials who were there, they were all from the former government, the civilian government. Until now, they continued somehow with basic funds. India also gave some minimal assistance to allow the embassy to continue operations. But again, it's always a dilemma. It's like you have a new government there in Afghanistan, which is the Taliban government. And here we have the embassy, the officials who are from the previous government. So it makes sense since India started engaging with Taliban. Obviously, we would have scaled down our interaction with the former Afghan diplomats. So without any funds available to them, they have shut down their embassy. So I don't see this affecting our relations. India has reopened the embassy in Kabul. Indian diplomats have been sent back. So that is enough for us to maintain the basic engagement we need with Taliban. So going forward, let's see what happens. Whether any government will recognize Taliban, right? Will Taliban be allowed to set up its own embassies? That remains an unanswered question. Next, Hiba is asking, why did we set up SARC with Pakistan when we know that India-Pakistan cooperation is virtually unattainable, especially over a long period? Wasn't this grouping doomed from the start? But again, how do you know that Pakistan would keep behaving like this way? When SARC was conceptualized in 1980s, we were hoping that this could become a platform for cooperation. When you start some new initiative, you always go with some optimism, right? And any region deserves to have a well functioning regional organization. And South Asia didn't have a regional grouping until the 1980s. So when SARC was conceptualized, it was, of course, not just an Indian initiative. Even Pakistan was actively participating, and all the other neighbors were also actively participating. We hoped that it would be a success, but down the line, we noticed that Pakistan is just playing its own geopolitics and not allowing SARC to succeed. And we saw that it was deliberately blocking every Indian initiative to not allow India become the regional power. Right? But when we started, I don't think this could have been foreseen back in 1985. Smita is asking, why don't other SARC members outcast Pakistan if it has been obstructing the functioning of SARC? See, the structure of SARC is such that members cannot be removed. Is that clear? It's a regional grouping which gives equal representation for all the members of South Asia, for all the countries in South Asia. So there's no provision to remove or delete a member from the group. So Pakistan will remain a member and it can't be removed as such. So only option is ignore the whole grouping itself, and that's what India has done. Last question, Abhijit is asking, sir, please give current affairs tips regarding revisions. What can be the best way? See, current affairs, I can understand it's always challenging because there are so many topics, so many developments every day. The best way to cover current affairs is to do it on a daily basis. You can't keep this to the end, that I'll read all current affairs in the last 3 months of the exam, or you can't keep this weekly or monthly, right? Current affairs is something that should become a part of your daily bread and butter. So just like you attend classes, just like you read some basic subjects every day, you have to keep aside some time, ideally around 1.5 to 2 hours, if possible, just for current affairs. Is that clear? So do it on a daily basis. Weekly and monthly, you can revise. Weekly revision and monthly revision of current affairs. So that is what will help you keep on track. And also maintain notes. Having a book and making the notes according to subject would always help in revision. Because if you dump all the current affairs material in just one book without any categorization, you can't revise. If you, let's say, make separate categories, let's say have a small book for polity, small book for geography related current affairs, a small book for IR related current affairs, that makes it easier. You can just open that particular subject, read the current affairs of only that subject. But it has to be consistent, it has to be on a daily basis. All right, so guys, these are the questions from yesterday. Now let's get started with India's relations with China. So China is currently one of India's most problematic neighbors. Just like Pakistan, China is another problematic neighbor for India, and it has been quite openly hostile towards India in the last few years. Chinese aggression has increased, the two military aggression has gone up against India. The border dispute has flared recently, and even as we speak, there is a military standoff still going on in Ladakh. The military standoff that started in 2020, 3 years ago, continues even today. It's not fully resolved. Just 2 days back, there was another round of negotiations between India and China to resolve the standoff in Ladakh. So, as the border dispute remains very active and as China is extremely aggressive in this regard, dealing with China has become very challenging for India. Apart from that, China has become a major Indo Pacific power and it has been acting very aggressively across the Indo Pacific. It has tried to surround India and encircle India. It has tried to counter Indian influence in almost every country in the region, right? So there are many major threats that India perceives from China. So it's very important to understand the entire depth of this relationship, because going forward in the coming years, one of the biggest diplomatic challenge for India would be how to deal with China. Now, let's say you clear this exam. I really hope all of you do, and you enter civil services, right? Some of you would opt for IFS, IPS, IAS. Irrespective of your service, you will be dealing with China related issues in your career, right? So developing a in-depth understanding of India China would be very, very essential, very, very important, given the challenge posed by China. Is that clear? It can't be a superficial understanding, it has to be an in-depth understanding. So that is exactly what we will do today. We'll understand the historical civilizational ties that we have, and based on that we'll study the border dispute that we have in modern times. So we'll study the entire border issues that we have. We'll look at the 1962 war, the events that led up to the 1962 war, what was the outcome of the war, how did it impact India, and what are the boundary agreements that we have, and what happened recently, what were the recent tensions that took place. So this is something we'll study in detail first, and once we complete this, then we'll look at some other smaller topics which will help us cover India China relations. All right, so let's start. See, even though India China are the two largest Asian powers, right, both are major emerging economies. China is already on its way to become a global power, right? India aspires to be a global power. These two major Asian powers, they are neighbors of each other, and we share a disputed border today, right? So we have fought a war over this disputed boundary. We have had many, many rounds of military clashes over the disputed border. Most of the problems that we have today in India-China relations, they stem from the fact that we have a very limited and poor understanding of each other, especially at the level of the citizens, the public, the media, right? There is a very poor and limited understanding of the other side, meaning the Chinese people in general, the Chinese media, right? They have a very poor understanding of what exactly is India. They have a very stereotypical version of India. Even in India as well, our people and our media as well, they have a very stereotypical view of China, right? They just look at China as some aggressive power. They don't invest in the depth of the relationship. They don't understand the history, the geography, the culture behind a relationship. At a government level, there is a slightly better understanding, definitely, right? In our diplomatic ties, we do understand, we do acknowledge the civilizational historical ties that we have. But the problem is we are not tapping into those historical links. From the first class, I've been explaining how important it is to focus on soft power and cultural diplomacy as well, because that is what allows countries to get in touch with their historical links, their civilizational links. When you build your relationship on a strong foundation, right, issues will keep coming up, but you can always resolve the issues and move ahead. These issues will become unresolvable, that will become a roadblock to the relationship only when you don't build a strong foundation for the relationship. In the case of India China, this is very true, because both the sides have a very limited understanding and we haven't leveraged our true historical civilizational connection. So this is where I would like to begin my discussion. Just a brief insight into the historical ties that we have, and based on that, we will understand the border dispute. See, India and China happen to be one of the oldest civilizations of the world, right? The Indian civilization and even the Chinese civilization. They have a rich history, thousands and thousands of years of history, right? The history of both the civilizations goes back at least 4,000 years. And historically, both the civilizations have done very well. At one point in ancient and even medieval times, Indian and Chinese civilizations were one of the most progressive and strong and well-off civilizations. Economically, both civilizations were doing very well. They were major producers of key commodities, they were exporters, they had the biggest economies of that era, right? They had many legendary empires and kingdoms. that ruled and dominated not just the region, but they extended their influence far beyond their civilization. And historically, of course, we have connected with the Chinese civilization. If you look at just our ties between Indians and Chinese, right, not as a nation state, but as a civilization, our ties go back at least to more than 2000 years. A two millennial history exists between the two sides. There are many documented evidences to highlight this connection, this linkage. For example, if you look at the ancient Silk Route and the Spice Route, the Silk Road of China and the Spice Route of India, they intersected. The Spice Route of India, from where Indian spices, which were precious commodities, along with other precious items, were being traded with many other kingdoms and empires around the world. This trade route would intersect with the Silk Route of China. Right? China was the first major civilization to master the art of producing silk and using silk. And silk again was another precious commodity. So there are evidences to show that Chinese silk was brought to India. The technology behind it, the method of cultivation of silk, and how silk is applied, how it is used in applications, was derived from China into India. Similarly, from India, we contributed to China. Several precious commodities were sent from India to China. So there is a historical trading relationship that exists both through the maritime route and even through the land route. From across the Himalayas and even through the Indian Ocean, through Bay of Bengal and South China Sea, right? There have been these trade routes that have existed between the two sides. So through the trade route, it was not just goods that we were exchanging ideas, we were exchanging ideologies. So Buddhism, which took root in India, would spread across Asia, going all the way till East Asia, and would reach China as well. Today in China, Buddhism is a major religion, right? And historically, Buddhism traveled from India to China. There are well documented evidences with the likes of Bodhidharma and other important individuals playing a role in the spread of Buddhist philosophy from India to China. There were many Chinese travelers who would come to India and document the riches of India. From school days, you would have learnt about Fa Yan, Hyun Sang, right? These were Chinese travelers who would come to India, travel across India, document the empires that were present here, and they did form a bond between the two sides. There were many empires that had a strong trading relationship, a strong diplomatic relationship. Even if you look at our epics like Mahabharata and Chanakya's Arthashastra, these epics also contain references to the Chinese civilization, which meant people in India were aware of the Chinese civilization. There was a connect, some kind of trade and some kind of cultural exchange definitely existed since ancient times. Is that clear? The Nalanda University in Bihar, in today's Bihar, one of the world's oldest universities, a center of learning for Buddhist studies and other key subjects. Nalanda was so popular that students from across Asia, scholars from across Asia would come to Nalanda to continue their studies and research. So, from China, from today's Japan, Korea, from Southeast Asia, students and scholars would come to ancient India to study at Nalanda, forming a direct cultural bond and providing for exchange of ideas between the two sides. So, no wonder China is also part of revival of the Nalanda project. India is leading an initiative to revive the Nalanda University, and China is one of the key sponsors, one of the key supporters of this project. Is that clear? So the Buddhist Circuit initiative that we have been discussing in almost every class, where we leverage our Buddhist cultural heritage, applies for China as well, right? Other than that, we had several other kingdoms, especially in southern India, particularly the Cholas, the Tamil dynasties, such as Cholas and then Pallavas, then even in the Malabar region of today's Kerala, all these empires and kingdoms, they've had very strong ties with the Chinese empires back then. So, one of the most important historical links that exist between India and China is with the Cholas and the Song dynasty of China. This is quite fascinating. This part of history related to India China is very fascinating, and it gives you an insight regarding how the people of India China were interacting, were cooperating, were good friends of each other many centuries ago. Today we are bickering with each other, fighting with each other, but there are phases where we have worked together, cooperated with each other, worked as good friends. Between the Cholas and the Song dynasty, there was a very strong friendly diplomatic relationship. Is that clear? I hope you know that the Cholas were predominantly a maritime power. The Cholas who dominated southern and some eastern parts of India, they were predominantly a maritime power which extended its influence across Bay of Bengal, Indian Ocean, and all the way up till Southeast Asia. The Cholas were pioneers in shipbuilding technology, right? They would carry out campaigns as far away as today's Indonesia. The Cholas would dominate this entire region that you're seeing here, from Maldives to Sri Lanka to today's Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, Cambodia, and till China. The Cholas, they even fought many naval battles, legendary naval battles, where they defeated the Sri Vijaya Empire that ruled this part of the world, this part of Indonesia. If you guys have ever been to any Southeast Asian country, let's say you've been to Thailand, you've been to Indonesia, or if you visited Bali, the island of Bali in Indonesia, you find very strong Indian cultural influences present even today, right? From Hinduism to even Islam forms a strong connection between the two sides. You go to Malaysia, for example, right? And Indonesia as well. The Islam that is practiced here is very strongly linked with the version of Islam in India. Hinduism as well is a very strong bond from Cambodia to Vietnam to Bali, right, to Thailand. Across this region, you find very strong Hindu and even Buddhist influences. You look at our festivals, the idols, the gods that we worship, the food we consume, right, the culinary connections we have. There are remarkable links between the two sides. All right, the Cholas who dominated this region, they navigated through Malacca Strait. They would navigate through the Malacca Strait and reach South China Sea, and they would trade with the Song dynasty of China. Is that clear? This was a historical trading route from India to Malacca Strait via Bay of Bengal, then from across Singapore to South China Sea to China. This was a trading route. The Song dynasty also used to send its ships to exchange goods with the Cholas. All right. And apart from the trading relationship, they even cooperated in sharing naval technology, that is basically shipbuilding technology. They would even counter common security threats, especially near Singapore in Malacca Strait. Piracy was a major threat back then. Many pirates would operate here, targeting the ships that would be carrying precious cargo, and it was disrupting the trade between the Cholas and the Song dynasty. So the navies of both the sides, they launched joint operations back then to target piracy. Now, in many ways, isn't this like a modern diplomatic relationship? Right? In today's world, with a friendly country, we share naval technology, right? We work together in the maritime domain for maritime security. We counter piracy and other threats in the seas. Such a relationship existed hundreds of years ago between Cholas and the Song dynasty, right? So there are many more links which serve as evidence to prove my point. Historically, we have been good friends. We have worked with each other without the enmity, without the hostility. You go to Kerala, for example, along the Malabar coast, you find a unique fishing technique which is used, the Chinese fishing nets, right? If you've been to Kochi or any major coastal city or town in Kerala, you will see the Chinese fishing nets. This was directly from China, and this represented technology, a trade in technology from China to India, right? So there are many, many such links. You go to Cambodia, for example. Cambodia has the world's largest Hindu temple, the Angkor Wat temple complex, right? Vietnam has Buddhist and Hindu influences that dates all the way back to the Indian civilization. So what I'm saying is that across this region, the Indian and Chinese civilizations both were equally dominant, and at the same time, they were cooperating with each other without getting into conflicts. Now, today, there's no reason why the two major powers cannot cooperate and work together, right? This need not be a hostile relationship. This need not be a relationship based on enmity, tensions, and clashes, right? If these two empires could thrive, if the civilizations itself could connect and thrive without challenging each other, without threatening each other, then definitely there is hope for India China relations in the future as well. Generally, in Indian media, we just read negative news, right? Where China is projected as just the enemy number one, as a very aggressive, mindless power, right? Even in China, there is a very stereotypical vision of India. The Chinese media, especially, they are notorious, right? They have a very poor understanding of what is India. They project India as a third world poor country, right? Which is completely unhygienic. Such stereotypes exist in China, right? Same in India as well, right? We look at the Chinese as extremely aggressive, always looking to build enmity. That need not be the case. This is all because the perceptions have been created. The perceptions have persisted for many decades, and we all believe that this is the only version of the relationship. So historically, there are different versions that exist, and that gives us hope that in the future we can solve the problems and challenges we have, and we might even build close, friendly relations, right? But again, today's China is very different, right? The PRC, the People's Republic of China, the communist state, which is ruled by the Communist Party of China. This, of course, is a very different state, right? I do acknowledge that. But still, there is a lot of potential for India China to explore where we can still cooperate and work together. We need not be fighting with each other all the time. This reminds me of a very important statement former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had made a few years ago. He had said that the world is big enough to accommodate both India and China. Just because we are Asian powers and neighbors doesn't mean we should compete, doesn't mean we should all the time be in competition, right? The world has enough space to accommodate both India and China. The world is large enough to give space for the rise and growth of both India and China as major global powers. We need not get into a conflict. Just because other global powers get into such competitions and conflicts, we need not follow the same path. Now, for example, look at US and Soviet Union, US and China, right? Their rise and their need to global domination has pushed them on the hostile path, always. Same with US and Russia. That need not be the case with India and China. That's what Prime Minister Manmohan Singh used to say. He used to say that the world is large enough to accommodate both of us. India could also become a global power. China could also become a global power without getting into conflicts, right? And there is historical evidence to prove that it's possible. We were global powers back then. The Indian civilization, the Chinese civilization were global powers back then. And yet we were working together. Today, the communist state, the Chinese Communist Party, which rules PRC, the People's Republic of China, is definitely aggressive. There is no doubt about it. Don't even think for a second that the Communist Party is a great friend and you can trust it entirely. There are some genuine problems which we need to acknowledge, which is China indeed has become an aggressive expansionist power. Since the creation of PRC, the Communist Party has constantly tried to expand Chinese territory, to restore China's old lost glory, and it has resorted to aggressive tactics to achieve this goal. All right, so this is where we should take a look at the establishment of PRC. What exactly is the PRC, and what kind of relation started between the two countries in modern times, that is post independence? See, China, if you look at the map here, before 1947, that is before India's independence, China looked very different on a map. See, this here is India. This here is the Kingdom of Tibet before China annexed it. This here is Xinjiang, part of Xinjiang at least, which was also a separate state of its own. And the rest of it was China. If you look at, let's say, 1800s, 1900s, if you look at the last 200 years, so before 1947, this was China. It included today's eastern parts of China, central China, and some parts of western China. This China that you're seeing here in the map, this was ruled by the Republic of China. The Republic of China was the Chinese state, ruled by a party called the Kuomintang. It was a political party, the Kuomintang political party. All right. So, under the rule of the Republic of China, there were several problems that had propped up in the Chinese economy, which was hurting the Chinese people. Under Republic of China, allegedly there was rampant corruption, there was elitism, where only the rich would keep getting richer without bothering about the welfare of the state, without bothering about welfare of the people. Right? The rich remained very influential, they remained dominant. That's essentially the ruling class. Whereas the farmers, the peasants, workers, they would suffer enormously under a oppressive government. So there was a lot of discontent that had risen within China in modern times. At the ground level, there was a lot of resentment against the Chinese state, that is the Republic of China. Now, if you again notice the map, China was not even a neighbor of India. If you look at the current boundaries and compare this with the then boundaries, China didn't share boundaries with India. All right. So, Republic of China, ruled by the Kuomintang party, was seen as a corrupt, elitist government which did not provide for the welfare of the masses, the poor masses at the bottom sections of the society. And it was also believed that the Republic of China did not care about China's ancient glory, about China's historical domination and rise in the region. Because if you look at ancient medieval times, Chinese empires have dominated all across this region, all the way till Afghanistan and Central Asia, right, including Tibet. If you look at, let's say, Genghis Khan, right, the Mongols and the Qing dynasty, even the Song dynasty, all these Chinese empires, they have had a dominating influence from the Pacific till almost Europe. But in 18 and 1900s, China's territorial extent had reduced. China had weakened as a country, right? The state had weakened, the people were suffering, and they believed that there was a lot of external exploitation of China. They believed that outsiders had carried out a lot of exploitation which had hurt Chinese pride and Chinese identity. All right, especially at the hands of colonial powers like Britain and France. They didn't colonize China like India, but they dominated the Chinese economy. They destroyed the Chinese economy in many ways. Then Japan. Japan was a notorious imperial power back in those days. Japan had committed brutal atrocities against the Chinese. Throughout history, Japan has committed mass atrocities against China. Even today, right? In China, Japan is hated for what their ancestors had done. So the general Chinese population, they felt that Their government didn't care about them. It was a government of the rich and the elite. There was no welfare happening. And they felt that their identity had been compromised. They felt that the government didn't care about restoring China's ancient glory, right? So when these sentiments prevailed in 1900s, that is when the Communist Party rose to power. The Communist Party established itself in 1921, and later, under the leadership of Mao Zedong, the founding father of modern China, the Maoist movement, the Maoist movement took root, which would lead to the Chinese Civil War. Understood? Mao Zedong, the communist leader, he laid the foundation for the Maoist ideology, the Maoist doctrine. He said that a state that does not care about the poor should be thrown out. A state which does not care about farmers, peasants, and workers should be thrown out through a violent uprising. This is nothing but your Naxal ideology. The Maoist movement that you see in India, also called Naxalism, right, is inspired by the same philosophy. That's why it's called Maoism. It's the doctrine, the philosophy of Mao Zedong, of the Communist Party of China. So Mao Zedong insisted that the masses should carry out an armed rebellion against the state. If you're unhappy with the state, he urged the masses to organize and lead an armed struggle to throw the state out, to overthrow the state, and to capture state power. Is that clear? This was the call given by Mao Zedong. He said this is the only approach. If you want justice, if you want welfare, if you want progress, if you want your pride and identity to be restored, Mao Zedong said the masses have to rebel. They have to take arms against the state, and he brought the farmers, peasants, workers together to lead this mass uprising, which triggered the Chinese Civil War that lasted from 1930s to 1940s. Is that clear? So this civil war was essentially between the Communist Party, which started gaining territorial control. The Maoists, they would expand their war, their rebellion, and they started capturing territory from the east. The government, which was seen as the nationalist government, the Republic of China, ruled by the Kuomintang party, held the rest of the territory. Now, here in these maps, you can see the changes that would happen. Gradually, as the civil war progressed, the Communist Party of China increased its territorial control. The Maoists fought back against the Chinese government, the Republic of China, and they were throwing out the Chinese state. And they succeeded in the civil war. And you can clearly see how the Communist Party established complete dominating control, and it threw out the Republic of China. The Kuomintangs, right, who supported the Kuomintang party, they were thrown out of China and cornered into this small island here called Taiwan. This is the origin of your China-Taiwan dispute, which you read about in current affairs. All right, this is how the Communist Party captured mainland China. So mainland China entirely came under the territorial control of the CPC, the Communist Party. The Communist Party won the civil war. It defeated the Chinese government, the then Republic of China, threw out the Kuomintangs to Taiwan, and it established complete territorial control, and then formed the modern Chinese state, which you know as PRC, the People's Republic of China. That is how the PRC was formed in the year 1949. 1949, the civil war came to an end with the victory of the Communist Party and the defeat of the Kuomintangs. All right. So since then, China, that is the PRC, has claimed to be the legitimate and sole representative of Chinese territory. China says there is only one China. There's only one Chinese territory and one Chinese government. It does not recognize the Republic of China in Taiwan, the Kuomintangs in Taiwan, and it claims complete sovereignty over Taiwan as well. It exists even today. China does not recognize Taiwan as a separate country. So at one point, we did have two Chinese governments. There was PRC on one side that ruled mainland China, which had complete control on mainland China. There was Republic of China that was cornered into Taiwan. All right. So there were two different Chinese governments ruling over different parts of Chinese territory, claiming each other's territory. The PRC would claim Taiwan as well. And PRC was claiming that there is only one China. It demanded all the countries to accept the one China policy, meaning there is only one China. Even Taiwan belongs to mainland China, and PRC is the only legitimate government of Chinese territory. On the other hand, Republic of China wanted to regain the lost territorial control, and it would remain as the representative government of the whole of China. In fact, at the United Nations, the permanent seat, which had been occupied by Republic of China after Second World War in 1945, would continue to remain with Republic of China until 1971. From 1945 to 1971, the permanent seat of China at UN Security Council was held by this government, the Republic of China, not by PRC. It was only after 1971 that PRC took over the permanent seat. Is that clear? Now, why am I telling all this? Why is this history relevant for us? This is very relevant because, one, it shows the aggressive rise of the PRC. If you look at the birth, the origin of PRC, its ideology itself is inherently violent. Mao Zedong, he laid the foundation for an aggressive, violent ideology. He believed that the only way to protect your rights and your interests is by resorting to violence. And this is the ideology that drives the Communist Party even today, which is the Chinese state, the PRC. The PRC is ruled by a single party, right? It's an authoritarian communist country. There is no democracy, no fundamental rights, no elections. There is one single party, which is your Communist Party, and its very foundation, its foundational ideology is Maoism. It's rooted in violent ideology. It's rooted in aggressive expansionism. Mao Zedong said he'll restore China's lost glory. He'll fight the outsiders. And this is what explains China's aggression even today. In that regard, China is a very insecure power due to the historical exploitation it has faced from outsiders. Right? It has become a very insecure power and acts like a bully. It lashes out and retaliates against anyone who even raises a question on Chinese territory and sovereignty. So right from its establishment, the PRC started displaying this aggression against all the neighbors. The PRC was not satisfied with winning the civil war. It was not satisfied with just defeating Republic of China. It wanted more. It wanted to bring back the glory of China, the ancient glory. Control territories from the Pacific till all the way till Central Asia and beyond, almost till West Asia. So this is what drove the CPC to occupy Tibet and these parts of Xinjiang by 1950. Immediately, China became an expansionist power, and this was done through aggression, through military aggression. The independent kingdom of Tibet was annexed in 1950, and this is how China became our neighbor. This border, the Himalayan border, right, that the British had left behind for us, was the border we shared with the kingdom of Tibet, not with China. We had no boundaries with mainland China. But in 1950, when the PRC annexed Tibet and occupied it, immediately China became our Himalayan neighbor. That's why I told you in previous chapters that Nepal, Sikkim, and Bhutan, they were extremely concerned and worried. They were alarmed about China's aggression and expansionism. It would expand towards Central Asia as well by capturing these territories towards Xinjiang, and thus it became a very large, powerful country. It would insist Other countries recognize the one China policy, recognize that there is only one Chinese territory, right? Taiwan is not independent, and recognize that there's only one Chinese government, which is the PRC. So most countries today, majority of the countries have accepted one China policy. That is why Taiwan is not a country. Most of them, they do not have official diplomatic ties with Taiwan. They have ties only with PRC, the People's Republic of China. If anyone tries to set up ties with Taiwan, China will retaliate. China is very protective and aggressive about this. All right. Its ambition, its goal has always been to merge Taiwan into Chinese territory. It claims sovereignty over it, and it has openly stated that someday it wants to occupy Taiwan and bring it under China's full control. All right. So today, democracy has taken root in Taiwan, even though it's not an independent country and no one recognizes it as an independent country. It is a thriving economy. It's a leading manufacturing powerhouse, right? It's one of the lead powers with regard to semiconductor manufacturing and electronics and other technologies. So Taiwan is today the opposite of PRC. If PRC is authoritarian communist state, Taiwan has become a progressive democratic state. All right. So India, when the PRC won the civil war, right? India was one of the first countries, one of the first Asian countries and first non-communist country to recognize the PRC as the legitimate government. This is where our modern relations begin. India was one of the first non-communist Asian country to recognize the PRC as the legitimate government of mainland China. Now, why did we do this? Because India wanted friendly ties with all the countries in the region. And we also empathized with the Chinese people. In a way, their civil war had a lot of similarities with our freedom struggle. All right. The difference was ours was a non-violent freedom struggle largely, whereas China's civil war was extremely violent under Maoist ideology. But India saw that the people of India and China had suffered similar consequences, being exploited by outside powers, great civilizations being destroyed by colonial exploitation, right? So we empathize with the struggle of the Chinese people, the way in which the masses of China had struggled, just like the masses of India. So we connected on these lines, even though we didn't agree with Maoist ideology. We have never accepted Maoist ideology, which is violent and aggressive. But we did understand why the PRC or why the Communist Party had to resort to violence to snatch power. So when PRC was formed in 1949, India became one of the first major powers to recognize the PRC as the legitimate government. All right. So we accepted the one China policy in the interest of building good relations with China. We need to work with these like-minded countries. That's what India believed, as India wanted to champion a neutral ideology in a Cold War era. We wanted to work with all African and Asian powers to ensure that we stabilize the world, we reduce the tensions. After the Second World War, the world had been divided and destroyed, right? And new rivalries were starting. So in that era, India was championing a new ideology, remaining neutral, remaining non-aligned. And we had decided to work with African and Asian countries and all former colonies to lead this ideology. So it was in our own interest to build good ties with China, irrespective of whoever came to power. So driven by this need, we recognized the PRC and accepted the one China policy, which means even today, India has no relations with Taiwan. No official diplomatic relations exist between India and Taiwan. Is that clear? Not just India, most countries in the world, except for some island countries here and there, 90% of the countries in the world have accepted one China policy, that there is only one China. None of them recognize Taiwan. None of them have official ties with Taiwan. And they recognize only PRC as the legitimate government. Understood? However, we do have strong economic and cultural ties with Taiwan. We manage this relationship through cultural and economic offices that exist in both India and Taiwan. We have a very strong economic relationship. We have a lot of exports and imports between India and Taiwan. We have very strong cultural ties as well. So Taiwan has an office in Delhi. It's not an embassy. India also has a cultural and economic office in Taiwan, in Taipei, but it's not a embassy of India. So it means we do not have official diplomatic ties. We have accepted the One China policy and recognized PRC as the only legitimate government. Is that clear? So as expected, close relations started growing between the two sides. Right? The recognition India had given was well received by the PRC and friendly ties started developing. But then immediately we saw that China displayed its aggressive behavior by annexing Tibet, by annexing parts of Xinjiang. So overnight, China became India's neighbor. It became a Himalayan country sharing borders with India from Ladakh to Arunachal Pradesh, sharing borders with our other neighbors like Nepal, Sikkim, and Bhutan, right? Because don't forget, Sikkim was an independent country. It joined India much later. So, under these circumstances, India definitely felt threatened with China's sudden aggressive behavior. See, now it is easy to look back and say that China is an aggressive power and its aggression comes from its Maoist ideology, right? But back then, circumstances were very different. The world view was very different for every country. We believed that as a similar like minded country, we will have friendly ties, we will have good relations. But China had different plans under the Communist Party. As it started expanding its territory, India immediately realized that things are not right, that we can't have faith and trust in China, and we opposed the annexation, especially the violation of rights that China was committing in Tibet. The then Nehru government expressed its displeasure regarding the violent annexation of Tibet and the human rights violations being carried out against Tibetan Buddhists. So this angered China. Mao Zedong saw this as Indian interference in China's internal matters. The PRC believed that it had a legitimate claim on all these territories based on historical claims. China has always suggested that centuries ago these were Chinese territories, part of Chinese empires. That's why it wants to occupy these territories. If that is a basis, then India should claim all the territories from Afghanistan till Southeast Asia, right? Historical claims have no basis in modern times. But India would realize this later when China started expanding its territories based on these historical claims. So India's concern that was expressed, right? We did express a concern about the annexation. We oppose the human rights violations being carried out against Tibetan Buddhists. China read the wrong signal from India. Instead of taking it the right way, it started doubting India's intentions. It started holding a suspicion on India, and it believed that India was meddling in its internal matters. China believed Tibet was an internal issue, even though independent kingdom had been forcefully, violently annexed. This was against the UN Charter. It was against international law, right? China's suspicion arose from the fact that India was a democracy, whereas China was an authoritarian communist state. So China assumed that we were aligned with Western powers, with Western democracies, but we were not, right? India was championing a neutral path. We would lay the foundation for non-aligned movement later. And there was no way that India would have aligned blindly with other democracies or sided with democracies and targeted communist states. We would never do that. Even today, we don't do that, right? But China believed that India was aligning with the West, aligning with democracies to target the communist state, and saw India's statements and India's concerns about Tibet as interference in its internal matters. So this sowed the seeds of suspicion and mistrust in the relationship. India even clarified that we have no political ambitions. We are not an aggressive power. We are not an expansionist power. All right. But parallelly, India did something else, which put China on, on close watch, because we started creating a buffer by building very close defense strategic relations with Nepal, Sikkim, and Bhutan. To secure Indian interests against Chinese aggression, India started setting up the Himalayan kingdoms as a buffer. Right? We have studied this in the initial chapters. So, as India built very close defense and strategic ties with these Himalayan countries, China saw that India was meddling in the extensions of Tibet. Remember, I had explained the five finger policy of Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong believed that Tibet has five extensions. He believed that Tibet has five extensions, just like the palm of your hand has five fingers. These five extensions are nothing but Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, and Ladakh and Arunachal Pradesh. All right, so Mao Zedong insisted that if China has to have permanent control on Tibet without any problems and interference, then he suggested that China should meddle in the five extensions of Tibet. China should destabilize the five fingers, that is from Ladakh to Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, and Arunachal Pradesh. If they are destabilized by China, right, then Tibet will firmly remain under Chinese control. This was a strategy that was advocated by Mao Zedong. So China got deeply interested in these Himalayan regions. And as India got closer to these Himalayan countries and secured our positions in Ladakh and Arunachal Pradesh, China started looking at India with greater suspicion. So, this relationship, which actually started on a positive note, initially in 1949, it had indeed started on an optimistic note. But very soon, the relationship was affected because of Chinese aggression primarily and because of India's position on Tibet. Is that clear? In 1954, to address this suspicion and to reduce some of the tensions that were arising, the Panchsheel Agreement was signed between the two sides. The five principles of peaceful coexistence. It was championed by Prime Minister Nehru from the Indian side and Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai on the Chinese side. These two leaders tried opening a new chapter in the relationship by trying to resolve the differences and by promising to each other that we will not meddle in each other's internal affairs. The Panchsheel principles, they are inspired by Buddhist philosophy, which binds India and China. So under the Panchsheel, we adopted five principles of peaceful coexistence so that we could coexist peacefully as good neighbors of each other. We promised under the Panchsheel that we would respect each other's integrity and sovereignty. We would respect the borders. We would not threaten each other. We would not be aggressive against each other. We would not interfere in the internal matters. And any issues, if there are present, we promise to resolve them through talks and negotiations and not through aggression. So this was the essence of the Panchsheel Agreement. So an attempt was made to repair the damage which had happened in the relationship. But however, the Panchsheel did not hold for a long time. It ended as a failure. Because very soon, the border dispute would escalate and would completely damage the relationship. Even though the attempt was made and the agreement was signed, very quickly the Panchsheel agreement broke apart. The principles broke apart because neither side would abide by the commitments of the Panchsheel. It all started with Chinese aggression and China's acts against India, which led to a series of escalatory steps from both the sides that would culminate in the 1962 war. All right? In 1954, when the boundaries were still not very clear between India and China, the Aksai Chin issue was raised because of China's actions in the region. See, in 1947, when India became independent, we inherited the British boundaries. correct? The British era boundaries which were there between British India and the Kingdom of Tibet. These boundaries were inherited by India. The same boundaries we inherited with regard to Nepal and Bhutan as well, right? So India was always under the assumption that this would remain the international borders. And also there was no clarity in some areas of Ladakh and Arunachal Pradesh regarding where exactly the boundary lines exist. But as China became our neighbor in 1950, we didn't realize that China is going to challenge the validity of these British era boundaries. All right. So once China raised its dispute, once it said that we don't recognize British era boundaries, and once it started violating India's perceived borders, that is where the tensions and the problems began. It all started in Aksai Chin. Until 1954, we hadn't seen a major border escalation. Of course, both sides were worried as to what would be the border. There was no clarity as such. But in 1954, the first aggressive step was taken by China unilaterally, where it tried to construct a road on its own in Aksai Chin, which is claimed by India as part of Ladakh. India believes that Aksai Chin is part of the then princely state of Ladakh. So when Ladakh and Jammu and Kashmir merged with India, obviously India believes that Aksai Chin, which is an extension of Ladakh, should be a part of India. But China had other plans. For China, Aksai Chin was strategically very, very important after 1950. And it started constructing a strategic road through Aksai Chin. Parallelly, India had published the new political maps that clearly showed Aksai Chin as Indian territory. To clarify our boundary positions, we had published our official maps showing Aksai Chin as Indian territory. But despite India claiming the territory and India having historical basis as well to claim the territory, China had unilaterally violated our borders and perceived sovereignty, and it had started constructing a road, a strategic road through Aksai Chin. So obviously, India objected to the road construction. India objected to the road construction activity in Aksai Chin, and China rejected the maps of India. So both the sides escalated the issue very quickly, and it became clear that the border issue is not going to be so easy to resolve between the two countries. Right? China rejected the new maps, the claims of India over Aksai Chin. India opposed the construction of the road, and this triggered the initial set of border clashes and protests between the two sides. The Indian army, which had a minor presence in the Aksai Chin area, near the Aksai Chin area, they would oppose the road construction which was being carried out by the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, and Indian Army got into these minor clashes that happened in Aksai Chin, near the Ladakh Aksai Chin area, triggering the first border tensions between India and China. Is that clear? I'll show you the map. I'll explain where exactly these boundary disputes exist. Then, as the Aksai Chin issue escalated, China deliberately put more pressure on India by opening a new front towards the eastern side of the border, that's towards the McMahon line. This is the boundary between India's Arunachal Pradesh and Tibet. So India was under the impression that China's claims is only towards the west, towards Ladakh. Right? We firmly believed Arunachal in the east is entirely Indian territory. It had become an integral part of India. There's no doubt about it. But China had a different perception. It suddenly questioned the validity of McMahon Line, which had been signed and established under the Shimla Convention of 1914 between the then British India government and the Kingdom of Tibet. The Tibetan Kingdom and British India, they had resolved their boundaries through the Shimla Convention of 1914. They had set up the McMahon Commission to draw the boundaries in the eastern part. And This commission was the McMahon Commission. So the boundary line that was drawn became the McMahon line. So following independence in 1947, India accepted the same boundaries. We inherited the same boundaries. We saw that McMahon line was the border between Arunachal Pradesh and Tibet. But now China, which had annexed Tibet, started challenging the validity of McMahon line and dismissed this boundary, saying that neither India nor China were party to the Shimla Convention. Meaning the Shimla Convention and the agreement on McMahon line was between two different governments. Neither the modern Indian state nor PRC were party to these negotiations. So on these grounds, China rejected the McMahon line and started referring to Arunachal Pradesh as its own territory. It started calling Arunachal Pradesh as South Tibet, as a southern extension of Tibet. Now, this was unacceptable to India. India rejected these Chinese claims, and we realized what China was doing. It was deliberately opening new fronts against India because China's primary interest was always Aksai Chin. For China, building this strategic road in Aksai Chin was of great significance. At any cost, China wanted control over Aksai Chin in the Ladakh sector. So as India objected to it and claimed Aksai Chin, right, China opened a new front deliberately to put pressure on India and to instigate India. It challenged the validity of McMahon line and disputed our claims and said that neither India nor China were party to Shimla Convention, so we have to renegotiate the boundary. It claimed the whole Arunachal Pradesh to itself and started calling it South Tibet, which was rejected by India. The Chinese strategy was to put pressure on India, put India on the back foot, and then propose an exchange. They even proposed this idea later. In mid-1950s, after all these escalations happened, China proposed an exchange, saying that if India gives up Aksai Chin, if we give up Aksai Chin without questions, China will give up its claims over Arunachal Pradesh. This was an exchange proposed by China. Now, there was no way that India could agree to this because both were clearly Indian territories that we inherited from British India. Now, just because China was claiming them and proposing an exchange, India couldn't agree to that. It's not as if China was giving one part of its territory and asking for another part of Indian territory. That would be a true exchange. This was not even a true exchange because both Aksai Chin and Arunachal Pradesh were Indian territories. Now look at the audacity of China. It challenged our own sovereignty, claimed both our territories, and saying we are offering an exchange. This is not an exchange. Both Aksai Chin and Arunachal Pradesh are Indian territory. But China's plans were very clear. Because of its obsession with Aksai Chin and how important Aksai Chin is to China, it opened these new fronts, putting pressure on India across the border and raised this issue with Arunachal Pradesh as well. And this would cement China's position in Tibet. Because in Arunachal Pradesh, you have an important location called Tawang. Right? If you remember the China-Bhutan border dispute, we discussed the Doklam dispute. In that topic, I showed you some maps. I showed you the Tawang region in Arunachal Pradesh. Tawang has always been very important for China because Tawang is home to important Buddhist monasteries, which play a big role in Tibetan Buddhist politics. You have the Gelugpa Buddhist monastery in Tawang, which is one of the major stakeholders in Tibetan politics. So China has always been interested in Tawang, and it scaled up its claims in Arunachal Pradesh as well, and then offered a proposal to exchange the territories. So this was rejected outright from India. All right. So as you can see, tensions were escalating from 1954 all the way till 1959. Now, let me show you the map and explain the nature of this border dispute. I know it's an old map, but the purpose here is to understand the nature of the boundary dispute by using the map that shows all the correct regions, right? You can see the POK region, Pakistan occupied Kashmir. This is the line of control, the temporary de facto border between India and Pakistan. This today is Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and this here is Ladakh, the Union Territory of Ladakh. The map is showing the former state of J&K, right? Of course, you need to consider that J&K has been reorganized. That's the only change you have to consider here. So this whole territory here is with Pakistani occupation, right? We have a temporary border here with Pakistan, that is LOC, the Union Territories of J&K and Ladakh. All right, now the border between India and China can be divided into three sectors. You have the western sector, the central sector or the middle sector, and the eastern sector. These are the three sectors into which the boundary is divided. The western sector is a reference to the Ladakh sector. Got it? From the Karakoram. See, this here is the Karakoram region. This is the Karakoram region. This here is your Siachen, which we studied under India-Pakistan. All right. So from here, all the way till the Himachal region, almost till here, this represents the western sector of the boundary in the Ladakh sector. From Himachal to Uttarakhand region to the Nepal border, this becomes the other sector, the middle sector or the central sector. All right. Then you have your eastern sector towards the east that covers the borders that Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh have with China. This stretch of the boundary here, this is Sikkim, of course, which would later merge with India in 1975. And this here is Arunachal Pradesh. So this line is the McMahon line. This is the McMahon line. All right, drawn by the Shimla Convention of 1914 by British India and the Kingdom of Tibet, but later rejected by China as it was not party to Shimla Convention. So China claims the whole of Arunachal Pradesh to itself. China claims Arunachal Pradesh, even though it's clearly Indian territory. You can see Tawang here again in the map, right? On Tawang, China has always kept its eyes. But coming to Aksai Chin in Ladakh, Aksai Chin was an obsession for China. China saw this to be very crucial and critical because it was sandwiched between Tibet and Xinjiang. This is China's Xinjiang province here to the north of Siachen. We have studied to the north of Karakoram. That's where you find the Xinjiang province of China, right? Pakistan and China connect through this region itself, through POK. So from Xinjiang to Tibet, connectivity was very crucial for China because China had annexed Tibet in 1950. So China was dealing with a rebellion by the Tibetan Buddhists, meaning there was a security crisis across Tibet. China was holding Tibet through security forces by crushing the Tibetan uprising. Similarly, Xinjiang had been annexed. Here the natives, the Uyghur Muslims of Xinjiang, even they rejected the Chinese occupation. They rebelled as well, creating another security challenge in Xinjiang. So both the frontier provinces of China, which had been annexed, that is Tibet and Xinjiang, both were witnessing internal security challenges and rebellions had started against Chinese occupation. So obviously, China's priority was to secure Xinjiang and Tibet. To ensure the security of these two frontier territories, the priority for China was to be able to move the troops, mobilize the security forces quickly between Xinjiang and Tibet so it can firmly hold on to both the territories. And for mobilizing troops, what do you need? You need a road. For mobilizing the troops, moving the security forces around, in order to crush the Tibetan Buddhists and the Uyghur Muslims, China's focus was to build a strategic road that would connect Xinjiang with Tibet. And Aksai Chin was in the perfect location for China. Is that clear? You might ask, why can't China bypass Aksai Chin and build a road? See, this is a more convenient route. It's a more easier way to connect Xinjiang and Tibet. So strategically, it made sense from China's perspective to claim this area and build a road to connect Xinjiang and Tibet. And also historically, China does have a claim on Aksai Chin. Meaning historically, few Chinese empires, they did rule over this region, which included parts of Aksai Chin. But again, as I told you, historical claims cannot be used in modern times. Right? In modern times, it's very clear Aksai Chin was with Ladakh. It was part of the princely state of Ladakh and it merged with India. The British boundaries, which were drawn here, right? That is exactly what India is claiming. And India's stand is perfectly correct in this regard. You can't make historical claims from thousands of years and claim territory. As I told you, if India starts doing that, then a large part of Asia would become Indian territory, right? You can't do that. But that is China's behavior. As an expansionist aggressive power, it has always tried to claim new territories. And now that it annexed Xinjiang and Tibet, it was struggling to keep it under control. So it needed these key projects to be built so that it could control the areas by moving the troops around. And that is where its obsession with Aksai Chin began. So at any cost, China decided to keep Aksai Chin. And this is what triggered and escalated the dispute in 1950s. When India objected to this, it led to border clashes and protests. And parallelly, it raised a new dispute over Arunachal Pradesh to put India under even more pressure. All right, then it proposed an exchange, which was rejected by India. Got it? Now, look at the other map. There are some locations I would like to highlight. And after that, we'll discuss the developments that took place in 1950s and 1960s. In this map, you can clearly see line of control with Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Aksai Chin, as you know, has come under the illegal occupation of China. China fully annexed Aksai Chin following the 1962 war. Even before that, China had control over Aksai Chin, some control. It was building a road as well. But after the war, it fully occupied Aksai Chin to itself and it has remained under Chinese illegal occupation. So we have a temporary boundary here, a de facto temporary border in the western sector called LAC, the line of actual control. Just like we have LOC as the temporary de facto border with Pakistan, right, where we have a standing border dispute. Similarly, with China, we have a temporary boundary called line of actual control. This extends towards the east, towards the central sector as well. From Ladakh till Uttarakhand, till the Nepal tri-junction here, till Lippu Lake Pass. This is seen as line of actual control, LAC. Technically, this is where LAC is supposed to end. All right, from the Karakoram till the Nepal border, Uttarakhand-Nepal border. This whole stretch of western central sector is called LAC. But of late, both India and China have started referring even to the eastern side as LAC. Even this side is popularly referred to as LAC itself. It's still fine. But this is where you have the McMahon line, this boundary here between Arunachal Pradesh and Tibet, right? So you can see some important locations in the Ladakh sector. That's what I want you guys to be familiar with, because this is where frequent clashes and disputes have occurred. And both sides have a major military presence in some locations. India especially has improved its military deployment and border creation, or infrastructure creation has improved in some of these locations. So before I continue any further, I want you guys to know some of these locations. You can see the Karakoram Pass over here, one of the world's highest motorable passes. You can see the strategic Siachen Glacier, which we studied in detail under India-Pakistan. You can see DBO, Daulat Beg Oldi, a major border point between India and China in the Ladakh sector. The Daulat Beg Oldi region is the last border point that we hold. We have a major military presence. We even have an airfield at Daulat Beg Oldi. This whole area has been occupied. This is the Aksai Chin that China has captured from India. Now, on the other side, you can see the Depsang La Plains. The Depsang La Plains over here, Raki Nala over here. All these are important locations. You can also see the town of Leh, which is the capital, the kind of headquarters, district headquarters of Ladakh. You can see the Chushul sector, right? Then you can see the famous Panongso Lake, the strategic Panongso Lake, which is shared between India and China. You can see the Spangnur Gap right over here. All right, Spangnur Gap and Chushul sector are very important locations. Then you can see the Shipkila Pass towards Himachal Pradesh, and you can also see Demchok right over here. Demchok and Chumur. So all these are very vital locations. We also have the Galwan River Valley right below Depsang Plain, between Depsang Plains and the Chushul Spangnur Gap. Between that, you have your Galwan River Valley where the latest clashes took place. So these locations are the major forward locations today, right? This is where the temporary boundary exists. And across these locations, multiple clashes and incursions have taken place. Multiple border clashes have occurred between Indian Army and the PLA. There have been many incursions from both the sides where Chinese troops enter Indian territory or Indian troops might have crossed into Chinese territory, leading to the escalation of tensions that affects the relationship. All right. Even in the eastern sector towards McMahon Line, towards Tawang, there have been Chinese incursions into Indian territory. All right. So even here tensions have increased. And towards Sikkim, as we studied under Doklam dispute, towards the Natula Pass over here. See, this would be your Doklam towards Bhutan. This would be Doklam, that's Bhutan's territory that led to the Doklam dispute in 2017. And this would be the Natula Pass, the strategic Natula Pass of India that connects Sikkim with Tibet, right? So even here towards Natula, there have been many incursions and clashes between the two sides. Now you have to be familiar with these locations. They are always mentioned in news. Repeated incursions or incidents keep happening here. Even the negotiations we are having is related to some of these locations itself. So in prelims, map-based questions can come from here. You should be prepared for it. All right. In mains as well, if there is a detailed question on the border dispute, you should be able to name some of these locations. As a UPSC aspirant, you are expected to be familiar with these forward locations. All right. Now, let's see what happened after this. Let us see how things escalated from here. You know already by 1958, these tensions had come up, these counterclaims had come up. China was claiming Aksai Chin, building a road. It was opposed by India, leading to clashes. China had claimed Arunachal Pradesh and dismissed McMahon Line. India had rejected it. China even proposed an exchange, which was also rejected by India. Then, in 1959, another escalation. The Tibetan uprising. Tibet had been annexed for 9 years now. So Tibetan Buddhists, right, they wanted to liberate the region. They wanted to fight back against the forceful annexation of China. They organized a mass rebellion and they rose up against Chinese occupation. But this uprising was crushed by China with force. It brutally crushed the movement by using security forces, and it committed large-scale human rights violations in Tibet. Several Tibetan Buddhists were killed. Many were detained, arrested, and tortured by the authoritarian communist state. Following this humanitarian crisis that occurred in Tibet, The Dalai Lama, the religious figurehead of Tibetan Buddhists, along with the Tibetan refugees, they fled to India to escape the crisis in Tibet, and they sought asylum in India. They sought refuge in India. They came as political refugees. They came down the Himalayas. They were driven out of Tibet by China's atrocities, right? Chinese security forces, they are very brutal, as there are no fundamental rights. It's not a constitutional democracy, it's a communist authoritarian state, right? Brutal atrocities can be committed by these forces, and they crushed the Tibetan uprising. So, following this, the young Dalai Lama, right? The current Dalai Lama, you see, he was a very young boy back then. So, the young Dalai Lama, along with the Tibetan Buddhists, they all fled, came down to India and even Nepal, and sought asylum in these two countries. Now, Prime Minister Nehru, who was deeply disturbed by these developments, was also concerned about the rising strategic threat, right, given China's repeated aggression, decided to raise India's voice against the crisis, and India supported the Tibetan refugees. India took a decision to not just condemn the crisis, condemn the violations that China was committing, but we went one step ahead and accepted the Tibetan refugees and the Dalai Lama, and we settled the Tibetan refugees in India. Is that clear? We accepted them as refugees, gave them refugee status. They were settled in India and given refugee status. Any idea where Tibetan refugees are settled in the country? There are two major settlements, two major Tibetan settlements in India. Do you know where it is located? Devsmita, Chaitanya, Sachin, Smita, and many others. Very good. You have given the right answer. You have given at least one of the right answers. See, one major Tibetan settlement is at Dharamshala, which is in Himachal Pradesh, a beautiful location in Himachal Pradesh. This is where you have the biggest Tibetan settlement in the country. This is where the Dalai Lama is seated. We allowed the Dalai Lama to take a seat at the monastery in Dharamshala, and we have allowed a parallel Tibetan government in exile to be formed at Dharamshala. Since Tibetans are still fighting for their independence, they're still trying to liberate Tibet from China, we allowed the Tibetans to form a parallel government, and it exists even today. Is that clear? We not only gave a seat to Dalai Lama at the Dharamshala monastery and settled all the refugees here, but we allowed a parallel Tibetan government to be formed in exile. All right? The other major Tibetan camp is at Kushal Nagar. Not many of you would know this. Even I saw in the comments only one student had mentioned this. Kushal Nagar is in Coorg in Karnataka, near Mysore. Between Mysore and Coorg or Madikeri, you have this place called Kushal Nagar. So here in the Western Ghats, there is a major Tibetan settlement. All right, these are the two major settlements in India where refugees have been settled by India. Now, the moment India accepted the refugees, gave them refugee status, seated the Dalai Lama, and allowed a parallel government in exile, this was seen as hostile action by China. China saw this as a hostile move by India because, in the eyes of China, Tibetans were anti-nationals. Those who were fighting for liberation of Tibet, they were anti-national elements according to China, right? So China saw this as a hostile move by India, where we not only settled the refugees and accepted the Dalai Lama and gave him a seat, we even allowed them to form a parallel government to lead their liberation movement against China. So China saw that India was getting aggressive. Following this, China began a series of escalatory military maneuvers to mobilize its troops to the front lines. China started a massive troop mobilization, And it could easily do this because it had advanced border infrastructure that had already been built in the Tibet region. Because please understand, for China, it was always easier. The Tibetan region is a plateau, a flat land, right? Easier to create infrastructure. And also, China was more proactive. Given its security interests, it proactively invested in creating roads and railway lines. It even built air bases as well. And very quickly, its border infrastructure had gone up. Now, it could easily mobilize the troops, move the troops around in order to put pressure on India, as it saw that India had become hostile by accepting the Tibetan refugees. So, this mobilization from China was an aggressive move, right? It was a direct threat to India. Now, at this point, India would make a major policy mistake where PM Nehru is criticized. PM Nehru launched a very controversial policy called the Forward Policy of India. Is that clear? Under the Forward Policy, PM Nehru ordered a counter mobilization. Prime Minister Nehru ordered a counter mobilization of troops to the forward areas to show that India is also ready for any action. This decision of Nehru was heavily influenced by his defense minister, V.K. Menon, Krishna Menon. Now, both Nehru and Menon are criticized for this policy because the military leaders were against any such forward deployment. Their advice was, see, we are not prepared. We don't have the military capabilities to take on China. Please understand, this is 1950s, where we had a very rudimentary army. The British had left us, right? Dealing with Pakistan was a different issue altogether. 1947 war over Kashmir, where we pushed Pakistan back, was a different context altogether. But China was a much more formidable threat. It had better weapons, better troops, larger number of troops, better infrastructure. The Indian side was very clear, the Indian strategic establishment, right? Many officials, including the army chief, they all would advise not to go for an escalation right now because we are not prepared if a war were to break out. Right? When you don't have the required capabilities, you rather use diplomacy to prevent any wars or tensions and try to manage the relationship. But instead, the government went for an aggressive forward policy, right? Based on an assumption that China would not retaliate. Based on an assumption that this would be a deterrent policy, it would deter China. But as India mobilized the troops under forward policy and deployed troops and equipment into forward areas, China saw this as India's preparedness for war. All right? By this time, China had decided to retaliate against India and teach India a lesson. China saw that India was like an irritant, constantly interfering in its internal matters. So it decided to teach India a lesson to keep India out of Tibet permanently. And also to capture Aksai Chin, which was strategically important for China. And parallelly, there was something else which had happened. And this is something you should know as well. Starting from 1958 to 1959, a covert arrangement had started between India and US. A secret mission was launched between India and US to monitor China, to monitor China's activities, its human rights violations and oppression in Tibet, and more importantly, to monitor China's testing of nuclear weapons. China had already started testing its nuclear weapons, which was a threat to both India and US. So, to keep an eye on China's activities in Tibet and to keep a check on its nuclear testing, India US launched a covert mission where our IB, Intelligence Bureau, was aided by the CIA to keep an eye on Chinese activities. Is that clear? Because see, we did not have RAW back then. RAW was formed later in 1968 to look after foreign intelligence. From 1947 to 1968, there was only one intelligence agency, the IB or Intelligence Bureau. So IB dealt with both domestic and foreign intelligence. So IB and CIA would come together, and the CIA helped the IB to establish a elite secretive unit called Establishment 22, which mainly comprised of Tibetan refugees. The Tibetan refugees who were being settled in India, some of them were recruited by IB and CIA in a joint mission. Those who were ready to fight, those who had the urge to target China, those young refugees were recruited by IB and CIA and given highly specialized commando training. And they were given specialized training in espionage at a secret facility in Uttarakhand. All right, this was a highly secretive special force that was raised called Establishment 22. So it was part of IB. It's like a special force of IB back then, which was raised by the CIA's help. CIA would provide the weapons and training, right? So they would recruit Tibetan refugees and give them the specialized training in commando operations and in spying espionage operations. And they would be deployed into Tibet to keep an eye on China, to carry out surveillance, to generate intelligence for India and US, to monitor the nuclear program of China. Now, today, Establishment 22 is known by a different name. It exists even today, but by a different name. Does anyone know? Have you guys heard of any such organization? Do you know what is Establishment 22 known as? RAW. No, RAW is not the right answer. RAW was formed in 1968 as a separate intelligence agency. See, Establishment 22 has been later renamed as the Special Frontier Force. Very good. Fani has given the right answer. Fani and Akanksha. Only two students have got it right. The SFF, the Special Frontier Force. See, again, I'll not blame you for not knowing this, because SFF is an elite secretive unit. Majority of the people in India don't even know such a force exists. It's a highly classified covert unit which today functions under RAW. When RAW was established in 1968, the SFF was transferred from IB to RAW. As IB was assigned only domestic intelligence after 1968 and RAW became the Foreign Intelligence Agency of India, the SFF, which previously was Establishment 22, was transferred to RAW, and it still functions as the armed branch of RAW. So if RAW has to conduct covert operations on foreign soil, and if there is a requirement for force to be used, it is SFF commandos and agents who work for RAW. Right? It's part of RAW itself today. It's one of the armed branches of RAW. SFF agents have seen action in Bangladesh, that's in East Pakistan. It was SFF commandos and agents of SFF who would train the Mukti Bahini. It was SFF which would provide support and training to the LTTE. It has also seen action in Kashmir, in the Northeast. Remember, we studied the counter-insurgency operation in Bhutan, where India-Bhutan jointly flushed out insurgents inside Bhutan. Even this involved SFF commandos. Apart from this, there are many more. So SFF is a highly secretive special force unit, an armed branch of RAW, used in covert operations even today. Recently, when the Ladakh clashes happened in 2020, SFF units were deployed and one SFF commando was killed as well. So then it was mentioned in news back then. So initially, the unit comprised mainly of Tibetan refugees. Even today, many Tibetan refugees are recruited into the force. But even Indians are also recruited, especially the best of the best Indian soldiers from the army and other forces are brought here in deputation, and they're given highly specialized training with specialized skills and weapons, and it serves as the armed branch of RAW. All right. So China, which was aware of India-US collaboration, a covert collaboration, was wary of India's activities. So when India launched the forward policy, China saw this as the final threat. China saw that India was being an irritant, accommodating Tibetan refugees, allowing a parallel government, right? And challenging the validity of the border. Along with that, the forward policy was seen as an aggressive move by India. So this led China to conclude that India should be put in its place, that India should be pushed back. And China declared war in 1962. It declared war against India to achieve its primary objective, which was to capture Aksai Chin and second was to defeat India, to deliver a crushing defeat to India, which according to China had become an irritant. With this objective, China launched the conflict across the Himalayan border, from Ladakh to Sikkim to Arunachal Pradesh, across all the fronts, from western to central to eastern sector. China launched a major invasion and it dealt a conclusive defeat to Indian troops. India was barely prepared for this conflict. This is where the Nehru government faces criticism. That when all the advice was against further aggression and hostility, right? Even military leaders were advising that please don't mobilize. We don't have the resources, the ability. Let us use diplomacy. Let us settle this through talks. Diplomacy is what prevents war. But Defense Minister V.K. Menon was confident that China will not retaliate. He was confident that this would be a deterrent against Chinese aggression. And PM Nehru ordered an aggressive troop mobilization to counter the Chinese mobilization which was happening. See, you should display aggression when you have all the capabilities and resources. When you don't have it, right, you need to be more pragmatic. You need to take a step back and allow diplomacy to work. So this move of India costed the conflict, and India would eventually lose the conflict because we were completely outnumbered. There are many records related to this conflict, right? And these records show that the troop ratio when we implemented forward policy was 1:3. Can you imagine that? It means for every one Indian soldier that we could bring close to the border, China was bringing 3 soldiers. We were outnumbered 1:3, and they had better equipment. For them, terrain was easier. For us, terrain was more difficult. We had to go up the Himalayan mountains with no roads, no connectivity back then. Plus the higher altitude, right? You need special clothing, special gear and training to operate in high altitude and to wage a mountain war. Mountain warfare is a special skill. High altitude mountain warfare requires a lot of intense training, a lot of resources and infrastructure. India had none of it back then. We were a newly independent country struggling with our own development. So when we didn't have these basic resources, ideally, we shouldn't have mobilized. Instead of showing aggression, we should have allowed diplomacy to work and we should have found a solution diplomatically. Right? That is one criticism. But of course, the blame lies with China. China was the one which was aggressive here. China was the one which declared the war against India. It exploited the opportunity. It realized that India was weaker in numbers. It realized it had a geographical advantage, right? So it outnumbered Indian troops by a ratio of 1:3 and dealt a crushing defeat to India. A massive defeat, complete outright defeat with full capture of Aksai Chin. All right, these were the events that led to the conflict. And as India was defeated conclusively, China captured Aksai Chin. It remains under Chinese occupation even today. The other territories were returned back. some other portions of our territory where Chinese troops had intruded. They were returned back to India, and China withdrew the PLA. China didn't have any other objective to capture other territories in India. If it wanted, it could have. All right. For several weeks, Chinese troops remained on Indian soil across the border. But China's goal was only Aksai Chin. So it retained Aksai Chin, captured it completely, annexed it, and withdrew from other areas and declared a ceasefire once the objective was met. Its goal was very simple: capture Aksai Chin, defeat India, and retreat. It achieved that very quickly, right? India suffered tremendous losses. It was a huge psychological blow as well. It retained Aksai Chin, gave back all the other territories and retreated, withdrew the troops, and called for a ceasefire. This is how the 62 war ended. All right. So now let's take a short break. We'll come back. Let's come back by 8 a.m. and we'll discuss the remaining part of this topic. We'll discuss the consequences and we'll study the border agreements and the current crisis that we have seen, the current nature of the boundary dispute. After that, we have a few small topics which we can look at the end of the session. All right. So let's come back by 8 or 8:01 a.m. 15 minutes break. So come back in 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. Now, let's talk about the consequences that followed after the 1962 war. After having been defeated and after having lost territory, India suffered a huge psychological blow. From here onwards, India's thinking towards the border dispute would become very defensive. Subsequent Indian governments, they saw China as a much bigger threat than it actually was. And this was a result of the scale of the defeat that we suffered in 1962. This defeat had such a big psychological blow that the Indian strategic establishment continued to look at China as a major challenge, and we adopted a very defensive approach from 1962 till early 2000. For almost 4 decades, India became very defensive, and we adopted a policy to not create border infrastructure because the thinking was, if we create any border infrastructure, let's say we build roads near the border, we build railway lines, then if there is a future war or a conflict, we feared that the PLA will exploit these roads and rail networks to penetrate deeper into Indian territory. That was the kind of defensive thinking that persisted for 4 decades, which was a direct result of the conflict and the defeat that we suffered in the 62 conflict. So, for almost 4 decades, as a matter of policy, India did not proactively develop border infrastructure towards the Chinese border. This policy was reversed only after some changes happened under the Vajpayee administration, under Manmohan Singh, and under Prime Minister Modi. That's in the last 20, 23 years. That is where India got proactive in creating border infrastructure. We have also focused on military modernization. We have increased our military preparedness against China to build our deterrent against China. That is after India became a nuclear power. Right now, India was confident that we had a nuclear deterrent to deter China. And following this, from early 2000 onwards, we have adopted a proactive approach towards infrastructure creation. Until then, deliberately the government was holding back with regard to creating border infrastructure out of fear that China itself would use that to intrude deeper into India. All right. So in the last 23 years, you see that we have created advanced border infrastructure. We have built strategic roads, railway lines. We have built tunnels that provide all-weather connectivity so troops can move and mobilize and bring their equipment to the forward areas. We have also developed our border villages, right? We have activated airfields that were present along the border areas. These were World War era airfields that were created by the British. These airfields had become defunct. They have been reactivated by the Indian Air Force. So we can deploy our aircraft if required right next to the border. So such advanced preparedness is seen right now in the last 2 decades, where we have reversed the defensive policy and we've become more proactive and aggressive in creating border infrastructure and also in modernizing our military. Today, we have a dedicated mountain warfare division that specializes in high altitude mountain warfare. We have stationed advanced military assets facing the Chinese border, from BrahMos missiles to S-400 missiles to Sukhoi 30 and the Rafale fighter jets, then advanced battle tanks and artillery guns. They've all been positioned today in forward positions, and this gives India a much better ability to deter the Chinese aggression. All right. So the defeat definitely served a major psychological hit. And for many decades, India remained very defensive in its planning towards China. The other major consequence was the China Pakistan nexus, the strategic nexus that started developing between China and Pakistan. As the popular saying goes, enemy's enemy is a friend, right? Even Chanakya talks about this in the Arthashastra. He focuses on mandala theory that deals with geopolitics, statecraft, war strategies, etc. So there he talks about Ari Mitra equation, the enemy friend equation. He says Ari's Ari is a Mitra, your enemy's enemy is a friend, right? And this works in geopolitics even today. Like, for example, India and Afghanistan, when we had a friendly Afghan government, we worked together to counter Pakistan, as Pakistan was a common threat to both India and the Afghan government. So, similarly, China, Pakistan, which saw India as their common enemy, right? Because both of them had fought a war with India in 1947 and in 1962. We had standing border disputes with both of them. So, naturally, China, Pakistan came together to form a nexus, and this strategic nexus continues even today. They signed a boundary agreement in 1963, the Sino-Pak Boundary Agreement, through which a part of POK, Shaksgam Valley, was ceded by Pakistan to China. Now, this is Indian territory claimed by India, supposed to be a part of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir in the Gilgit-Baltistan region, right? So, Pakistan captured these areas in 1947, remained under the illegal occupation of Pakistan till then. But in 1963, because of the boundary agreement, right, it ceded Shaksgam Valley to China, as China could create infrastructure and establish a strategic military presence in Shaksgam Valley. Now, please look at the map. You can see the Shaksgam Valley here. This is the Shaksgam Valley, this orange shaded area in POK, in the Gilgit-Baltistan region. This is Indian territory, part of the state of J&K. But Pakistan, which had occupied these territories, gave away Shaksgam Valley to China following the 1963 agreement. Since then, China has deployed troops at Shaksgam Valley. The PLA soldiers can be found here along with Pakistani army. And together, they have created infrastructure. China has built road and even pipelines and other infrastructure in Indian territory, which is occupied by Pakistan. So, in a way, China becomes a stakeholder in the Kashmir conflict because of its control over Shaksgam Valley and the investments it has made here. It has invested billions of dollars to create infrastructure in Shaksgam Valley, right? It becomes an indirect stakeholder in the Kashmir conflict, and that is something India is really concerned about. Other than that, strategic ties started developing between China and Pakistan. China would directly help in the military modernization of Pakistan, and it would prop Pakistan as a proxy against India. It would use Pakistan to counter India. This has been China's strategy ever since 1960s. Now look at Pakistan's armed forces. Most of the modern equipment they have, they are all of Chinese origin. If you look at the JF-17 fighter jets that Pakistan has, some of the naval ships and submarines, advanced naval ships and submarines of Pakistan, they're all of Chinese origin. Even ballistic missile technology and even Pakistan's nuclear weapons program, they're all based on Chinese designs that were leaked by China to Pakistan. China gave away its nuclear secrets and missile secrets, shared material as well, and helped Pakistan become a nuclear power to set up Pakistan as a counter to India. So this remains a formidable challenge for us even today. And there is a possibility of a simultaneous two-front conflict. This has always been India's nightmare since the China-Pakistan nexus began. A possibility where both China and Pakistan could simultaneously attack India in a two-front war. Right? Indian forces, Indian strategic establishment has always prepared for this worst case scenario where we may have to fight a simultaneous war with Pakistan and China. All right. So this is a very real threat that presents for India. And China has even tolerated and indirectly supported Pakistan's covert war against India. Pakistan's terrorism against India, the state sponsored terrorism, has been backed by China. China gives diplomatic support to Pakistan to shield Pakistan from any international criticism, especially at the United Nations. Right? So China has given that kind of support even for state sponsored terrorism against India. So this is the direct consequence of the 62 conflict. The China Pakistan nexus has posed a major challenge for us in the defense and strategic domain. So after the 62 war, relations took a major hit from 1962 till early 2000. The relations were completely derailed, and in between there were many border clashes that kept taking place. All right, in 1967, in 1988, there were frequent border incidents because of Chinese incursions into Indian territory. So throughout this period, there was no improvement in the relations between India and China. For the first time, relations started improving in 1988 when then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi paid a historic visit to China. This was the first breakthrough in the relationship. After 2 decades after the war, for the first time, there was a slight improvement in the relationship when Rajiv Gandhi visited China and established a new normalcy in the relationship. Because by 1980s and 1990s, things were changing. China was already emerging as a major economy and a manufacturing powerhouse. It had initiated economic reforms, liberalized its economy, and opened up to the globalized world. India was also about to start its liberalization process from 91 onwards, right? India also initiated LPG reforms to liberalize the economy and globalize our economy. So this was creating some common opportunities for India and China. China saw India as an attractive market. India realized that China can be a supplier of essential commodities, spare parts, and goods. So close economic ties became the focus from late 80s and early 90s. And this economic rise of India China is what brought India China a little closer compared to before. Slightly close relations started developing. We started working together. And from 2000 to 2010, we even cooperated at several multilateral organizations. Since we both were developing emerging economies, we had similar concerns. We had similar concerns regarding climate change negotiations, WTO, World Bank, and IMF, because all these multilateral platforms were dominated by Western countries, right? So emerging economies like India, China had common concerns. So they started cooperating together at these multilateral platforms. At Climate Change Convention, for example, when Kyoto Protocol was worked out in 1997, India, China actually worked together. They backed all the developing, underdeveloped nations and took a united position against the developed countries. Even at WTO, World Bank, and IMF, India, China kept supporting each other's position because we had common issues as we both were developing emerging economies. This was honestly the golden period for India China relations from 2000 to 2010. This is where we saw the maximum improvement happening, where friendly ties were being established, especially in the economic domain. Is that clear? But this was possible due to the border agreements that were signed in 1990s that helped in stabilizing the border issue. In the 1990s, two major boundary agreements were signed, and we built upon this later to ensure that minor incursions and minor standoffs does not turn into a bigger dispute or a conflict. See, since we don't agree on the border, there is no agreement on where exactly the border lies. We both have different perceptions. India has a different perception of where is the border, and China has a different perception of where the border lies. So, due to these differing perceptions, border incursions are definitely going to occur regularly. Chinese troops might cross over into the Indian side, right, which India thinks to be its territory. Indian troops also might cross over into the Chinese side, where China thinks that is its territory. So these incursions are going to happen repeatedly. Now, if you allow each incursion to escalate, if you allow each standoff to escalate, then you are staring at repeated wars and conflicts. So, India China decided to create a mechanism through which we can manage these incursions, we can manage the differing perceptions. The idea was to ensure that local escalations and military standoffs, which might happen again and again, should not be allowed to turn into a bigger conflict. Because now both were nuclear powers, right? By 98, India tested nuclear weapons as well. So in the early 90s, India China worked out these boundary agreements through which they have promised to maintain few basic standard protocols. Few standard measures have been established. Standard protocols have been established on how the PLA and the Indian Army should behave near the border area. There are some restrictions that have been imposed on both the sides. There are restrictions on PLA and as well as on the Indian Army. There are few standard protocols and measures that are to be followed to ensure that a small standoff, a minor dispute in a local area does not turn into a bigger conflict. All right. There are engagement measures created. Let's say there is a incursion which happens, a standoff occurs between the two sides. There is a mechanism for engagement to hold talks between military commanders itself and to allow them to resolve the issue locally. Such a mechanism has been created. A direct talk mechanism or engagement mechanism has been created at the local level. Let's say in one small sector, PLA troops have crossed over to the Indian side and it has led to a small clash and a standoff. In such case, the local military commanders of both the sides, they will meet directly, they'll talk, and they will work out a disengagement de-escalation mechanism. They both will disengage immediately and they will provide for de-escalation. This is a standard procedure, standard measure that has been provided through these boundary agreements. If they fail to resolve the crisis, then senior military commanders will get involved. They will talk to each other and work out a solution to remove the troops from the standoff area, to disengage and then de-escalate the tensions. So there is a hierarchy like this within the militaries to talk to each other and resolve the crisis. If they fail, if even senior military commanders fail to achieve a resolution, then top government officials will get involved, like defense and foreign ministers, top secretaries, the chiefs of the armed forces, or if required, the prime minister and the Chinese leaders. So, such a hierarchy has been created where these local issues can be easily resolved at the local level and ensure that it does not turn into a bigger conflict. So, in 1993, we signed the agreement on maintaining peace and tranquility along the line of actual control. This was followed by the agreement on CBMs, confidence building measures in the border areas. These two agreements, they basically place some restrictions on the troops. For example, they are prohibited from deploying major heavy weaponry close to the LAC. This will basically build confidence in each other and it helps in avoiding accidents and miscalculations. Both sides are prohibited from deploying heavy weaponry near the border. Within a certain distance of LAC, they can't bring heavy guns, rockets, tanks, and fighter jets. They have to be stationed a little distance away from the LAC. Even combat vehicles, larger ammunitions, they cannot be brought right next to the LAC. There is a minimum distance which is prescribed, and they need to station these equipment away from the LAC. So this will help in giving confidence to the other side that one incursion or one standoff will not escalate or turn into a bigger war or a conflict. Next, both the sides are prohibited from opening fire or from using dangerous weapons of mass destruction. All right? They can't carry their assault rifles and guns, and they can't open fire against each other, and they can't use any toxic, hazardous substances, including chemical agents and other such weapons. That's why, whenever you read about a India China military standoff, you see that the soldiers have engaged in a fist fight. They've beaten up each other, they've thrown stones at each other, or they beat up each other with sticks, bats, and baseball and hockey sticks, etc. Right? This sounds like a rudimentary gang fight. That's how gangs fight on the streets. Doesn't look like two armies fighting each other. Right? If you've ever wondered why this is the case, it's because India, China are prohibited from opening fire against each other. This is a great measure because when standoffs happen, if fire is opened, if soldiers are killed on the other side, that is when things will escalate very quickly. So to prevent that from happening, there is a restriction on deployment of heavy weaponry, right? You can't bring your big military assets into the LAC area, and they cannot carry guns, assault rifles, and open fire on the other side. That's why when there is a clash or when there is a standoff, it's always a hand fight, a fist fight which happens where both sides beat up each other, they throw stones, they use sticks and clubs to beat up each other. That will only cause some injuries in a rare case, but it will not turn into a bigger issue. So such confidence building measures are in place. And even if military exercises are planned, if military exercises are conducted near LAC, they should face the other side. The exercise should be conducted facing inwards towards your own country. Now, tomorrow, let's say PLA Air Force, they plan an exercise in Tibet near the LAC. They can conduct their exercises, no problem. But they can't come close to the LAC and face India and conduct the exercise because that might give rise to a suspicion, right? India might assume that China is preparing for attack. So that could lead to wrong decisions, right? So China can conduct the exercise but facing the other side and by informing India. India also has the same restriction. We can also hold military exercises but away from the LAC and facing towards India, not towards China. And there should be prior communication. So all such restrictions are in place because of these agreements. And trust me, it's because of these two boundary agreements that we haven't seen another India China war. Or else, the various standoffs and incursions that have happened would have easily escalated into a conflict. You take Doklam dispute, for example, which we studied under Bhutan. Look at the latest Ladakh clashes, right? Even the Ladakh clashes, even though it is a serious incident, it's been limited and restricted only to few areas, only to few locations. It hasn't turned into a bigger war or a conflict, right? So if this is not happening, it's because of these agreements. Thanks to these boundary agreements, there is a pre-agreed mechanism on how we are going to tackle them. The whole focus is to ensure local commanders should talk and they themselves should resolve it and de-escalate and disengage as quickly as possible. All right? If they fail, then senior military commanders will come in, and only if required, the government officials and the top government leaders will get involved. So that is why the boundary agreements are very, very important. Now, recently, India has raised an accusation. India has raised a complaint that since 2017, China is not respecting these border agreements. India is saying that in the Doklam dispute and in the Ladakh clashes that happened, China has broken the commitment of these agreements. China has deliberately broken these commitments, and that is why, according to India, the border tensions are escalating. So, this is one of India's complaints. Our complaint is that China is not following, not abiding by these border agreements, which were signed in 93 and 96. Got it? Next, in 2003, after Prime Minister Vajpayee opened a new era in the relationship, a special representative mechanism was established, or the SR mechanism. This was a historic visit by Prime Minister Vajpayee. He paid a very important visit to China, and it was during this visit that China finally recognized Sikkim as a part of India. Until then, China had not recognized Sikkim as a part of India. Even though Sikkim merged with India in 1975, it had not recognized the merger of Sikkim into the Indian Union. In early 2000, following Prime Minister Vajpayee's visit, that is when China gave recognition to Sikkim, and this played a big role in normalizing the relationship. All right. So, to find a solution for the boundary dispute, a mechanism was established under the Vajpayee government. It's called SR mechanism or SR talks, the special representative mechanism. Under this mechanism, both the countries will appoint their envoys, they will nominate their special representatives, they will talk to each other regularly, and they will try to find a political solution and agree on the political parameters and guiding principles to permanently resolve the border dispute. Now, this was a very big breakthrough in the relationship. Imagine two hostile neighbors who have a disputed border agreeing for a negotiated settlement without war, without tensions, without hostilities and conflict. If they are trying to work out a negotiated settlement through talks, that is the best possible thing that could happen, right? So, such a mechanism was established, and India appointed the National Security Advisor as the special representative of India. The NSA would become the special representative. China appointed the state counselor, who's the equivalent of India's NSA. State counselor in China in the Communist Party is a very high ranking position. The state counselor deals with national security and foreign policy issues, just like India's NSA. The roles are pretty similar. So these officials were nominated as special representatives, and they would talk to each other to find a political solution, identify the parameters and guidelines through which we can find a settlement for the boundary dispute. So this was a very big breakthrough, and many rounds of SR talks took place. Several rounds of SR talks were held. This mechanism was functioning quite well from 2003 to 2010. All right. But all of a sudden, it was suspended by China. China suspended the talks. Both India and China have not taken it forward after 2010. But prior to that, many rounds of SR talks had happened. They were making some progress as well. But due to a certain development, China put a hold on the talks. India also didn't take it forward. And from here onwards, our relations started deteriorating. 2009 2010 was the turning point again. Until then, the relations which were improving, where we were actually being friendly to each other, we had kept the border issues aside and we were cooperating with each other. Suddenly, there was a turn of events, and China again became hostile to India. We started witnessing increasing hostility, increasing aggression that directly affected the relations. Incursions started happening. All right, SR talks were suspended. So, can you guess why did this happen? Why? What happened in 2009 2010 around that period, which led China to suspend the friendly relations? And in the last 13 years, it has been increasingly been hostile and aggressive towards India. So, what could have caused the change? Can you take a guess? Sanskar says Xi Jinping got elected. There was a change in leadership. Very good. That's one of the reasons. Abhishek says pro USA policy of India. Pratik says India US deal. Very good. These are the two reasons. The growing closeness between US and India. US and India started developing a strategic partnership from 2001 onwards. Right? We studied yesterday after 9/11 attacks. USA stopped being hostile towards India and it reached out to India for security cooperation. It built close counter-terror cooperation with India where we started sharing intelligence. Then, under Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, a historic nuclear deal was signed, which cemented our strategic partnership, and we became very close partners of each other. So, following these strategic relations between India and US started looking at India as a counter to China, because by then the rise of China was seen as a threat to the US. Right? US China rivalries had begun by early 2000. So US was looking at India as a counter to China. India, being a democracy and a major power in the Indo-Pacific, was seen as an ideal counter to a communist China. And the US started getting closer to China, and it even started supplying weapons, advanced weapons, to India. We even started holding exercises like Malabar exercise. Malabar exercise was going on from 1992 itself between India and US. But in 2007, we expanded the Malabar naval exercise. To those who don't know, Malabar is a naval exercise that was started between Indian Navy and US Navy. It was started in 1992. It remained a bilateral exercise. But in 2007, we expanded it. We invited other like-minded Indian Ocean powers like Australia, Japan, and Singapore. We made it a multilateral exercise. The moment India invited all these countries, China got very angry. It retaliated. Right? It would put a lot of pressure on India, saying that India and US were forming a military alliance to target China and contain China. So this pressure from China led India to suspend the multilateral Malabar exercise, and we brought it back to the bilateral format. We returned it back to just an exercise between India and US, and from next year we stopped inviting Australia, Japan, and Singapore. USA had started supplying advanced weaponry to India, mainly to build India's strength against China. Right? Along with that, US President Obama had launched a policy called Pivot to Asia policy. President Obama, who saw China as a major threat, he realigned American foreign policy and national security approach. Until then, US military and US diplomacy was entirely focused on Europe and West Asia. That's where all the American resources were deployed, towards the Atlantic, towards the Mediterranean, towards the Persian Gulf. This was the most important focus area for the US. But now that Asia was rising, China had become the dominant power. Multiple disputes and tensions were arising. India had risen to power. The Indo-Pacific was becoming the focus. The global focus of geopolitics was shifting from the Atlantic towards the Indo-Pacific. So as US saw China as a threat, the rise of China as a threat, it decided to counter the aggressive behavior of China by redeploying its military and diplomatic resources towards the Indo-Pacific. This policy is called Pivot to Asia policy. The US was shifting its pivot from Atlantic and Persian Gulf towards Indo-Pacific. So US would pursue more closer security ties with Indo-Pacific countries. US Navy and its armed forces, they would be repositioned to focus more on the Indo-Pacific, and even US diplomacy would focus more on the Indo-Pacific. So it meant US-India relations were bound to grow. In China, Xi Jinping came to power. By 2012, Xi Jinping became the leader. And he was someone like Mao Zedong, someone who wants to revive China's glory, make China a global power, even at the cost of military aggression against other countries, even at the cost of breaking international rules. So Xi Jinping has been a very ambitious and very aggressive leader. He has cemented his position within the Communist Party. He has purged any opposition within China to his authority. And he wants to become this great Chinese leader who brought China to greatness. Right? He has positioned China as a global power that brings China into direct confrontation with the US. And it's under Xi Jinping that China has gotten even more aggressive. It doesn't hesitate to use military and diplomatic aggression against others to strengthen its own position. So all these events led China to get aggressive against India. China saw that India was forming a nexus with the US, and it was trying to counter China and contain China. So that is why SR talks didn't happen after 2010. So we saw that post 2010, China kept creating challenges for India. Many incursions happened repeatedly. It started the practice of stapled visas. It started issuing stapled visas to Indian athletes and Indian military officers from Arunachal Pradesh and Ladakh. Recently, it has done the same in the recently held Asian Games in China. Right, Indian athletes from Arunachal Pradesh, they were not given a regular visa by China, by the Chinese embassy. They stapled a temporary visa to their passport, right, showing that these are disputed areas, these are Chinese territories. In a way, China sends a message through stapled visas that people from Arunachal and Ladakh, they don't need a visa to come to China, meaning China sees them as Chinese territories, not as Indian territories, right? So this is a grave provocation. So India rejects this. That's why India even recently criticized China for giving stapled visas to athletes from Arunachal Pradesh. So this practice was started then in 2008, 2009. It started giving stapled visas to Indian athletes and even to Indian army officers who are going for exercises in China. If they are from Arunachal or Ladakh, their, their visa would be rejected. China wouldn't give them a regular visa. Instead, it would staple a paper document to them showing that these are disputed territories. It was a direct challenge to our sovereignty. So all these incidents kept happening again and again. And finally, we had the Doklam dispute in 2017. Right? We have studied the Doklam dispute in detail under India Bhutan. We saw how the tensions escalated, why India got involved in this dispute between Bhutan and China, and what were the outcomes. Parallelly, the economic relations kept growing, especially India's dependency on China kept increasing. But with regard to our border issues, with regard to our strategic ties, tensions and hostility kept on increasing. Right? So, to address some of the border issues again, we signed another boundary agreement in 2013, the third major border agreement, the BDCA, Border Defense Cooperation Agreement. The Border Defense Cooperation Agreement was signed. And under this, few mechanisms were put in place to avoid misunderstanding and miscommunication. Some provisions were added to even tackle organized crime along the border, to stabilize the border. So such measures were added through the third border agreement. This was the third major border agreement after the 93 and 96 agreements. So through this, India, China promised to not follow the patrols, to not tail the patrols. Now let's say Indian forces are conducting a patrol near the LAC, right? Chinese PLA is prohibited from tailing them, deliberately following them, because that is a provocative action that could lead to escalation and it could lead to clashes. So both sides are prohibited from following each other, from tailing each other. It provides for better communication to avoid any misunderstanding. It also looks at stabilizing the border, tackling organized crime, and it also seeks to promote cultural exchanges between the armies of both the sides, like encouraging joint sporting events, celebrating each other's festivals, right? Such cultural measures are also provided to build closer trust and bond between the troops that are deployed in the border areas. So all these measures were created, but despite all of this, China changed its behavior completely after 2010. It has become increasingly aggressive against India, right? We have seen repeated incursions. We saw the Doklam dispute, which was a major military standoff. And finally, the Ladakh clashes of 2020. The Ladakh clashes of 2020. This was the biggest escalation, right? In April, May 2020, India noticed that Chinese troops were carrying out multiple simultaneous incursions into Indian territory at multiple locations, including Penang So Lake, at the north and south bank of Penang So Lake, at the hot springs area, Galwan River Valley, Depsang Plains, and at few other locations. multiple simultaneous incursions were carried out, and these were deliberate, these were pre-planned. It's not that it was an accident, right? Accidental incursions happen in one place or maybe in two places, not at 5 to 6 places. So this was pre-planned, approved by the highest levels of the Chinese leadership, maybe by the president himself, by Xi Jinping himself. Without such highest approval, PLA wouldn't have done such a major escalation. They came deep inside Indian territory, quite deep, several kilometers across the LAC, and they tried occupying these territories. Several hundred square kilometers of Indian territory has actually come under Chinese control since 2020. All right. So, as China carried out this incursion, immediately India retaliated. India carried out a counter mobilization of troops, leading to a massive military standoff all across the line of actual control. So, from Depsang Plains till Panong So, multiple escalations happened, and for several weeks, both the troops were staring at each other. Thousands of Indian troops were deployed with advanced equipment, and thousands of Chinese troops were also deployed. Is that clear? So during this standoff, India carried out one special military action in the Spangnur Gap, Chushul, and Rezangla sector. If China carried out incursions in Panong So, Depsang Plain, Galwan Valley, and Hot Spring and captured Indian territory, India retaliated with a counter action in this sector, where the Indian Army, along with SFF commandos from RAW, they carried out a very daring military operation and occupied few areas, vantage positions in the Rezangla Spangnur Gap region. This was India's counter against China, right? We immediately brought thousands of troops with advanced equipment to push the Chinese back. But as China was occupying certain territories and preventing Indian patrols, right, we retaliated in another location that is right below Panang So, in the Chushul Spangnur Gap Rezangla sector. A special operation was carried out. In a very swift operation, SFF commandos from RAW, along with Indian Army and Indian Army Special Forces, they took over key territories in this region, giving India a vantage position in this sector. So following this, it appeared that as if India and China are going to war. And then came the disastrous incident in the same standoff at Galwan Valley. Fresh clashes took place, and 20 Indian soldiers were martyred. Now, this was the biggest escalation ever since 1962. Fresh clashes occurred at Galwan Valley in June 2020. Right? This was before India took some areas at Rezangla, Spangnur Gap. What happened was, around several hundred troops from India and China, they got into a direct face-off. Right? Chinese had established a presence in Indian territory, so Indian army was countering them. This led to a direct face-off, and it led to hand-to-hand fight. Fist fight occurred. Both sides were beating up each other, throwing stones and pushing and beating each other. And unfortunately, in the river valley, which is a very steep, slopey area, many soldiers, they slipped and fell into the river valley, leading to fatal injuries. 20 Indian soldiers were martyred, and many unaccounted Chinese soldiers were killed as well. All right, even China lost a number of soldiers. This was the biggest escalation we had seen from 1962. Not a single bullet was fired because both sides are prohibited from opening fire. But hand-to-hand fight and the clashes led to these deaths, these fatal slips, where the soldiers fell down the valley and many of them were killed on both the sides, causing the biggest escalation since 1962. It appeared that India and China are now headed towards a direct conflict. But thanks to the boundary agreements, the de-escalation mechanisms, the engagement mechanisms we have, boundary talks were again started. After a long gap, India took the initiative to revive SR mechanism. SR talks were revived because India was concerned that a bigger war will break out. Right? And India knows the consequences of such a conflict. So one last effort was made to prevent the breakout of a full-fledged war. So India's NSA reached out to the state councillor and we made an appeal. We requested China for another round of SR talk. SR talks had not happened since 2009 2010. It had been suspended. Right now that every other mechanism of disengagement was failing, talks between military commanders had failed. China was not de escalating, right? And tensions had gone up, especially after the soldiers had been killed. So, to prevent further escalation, India reached out immediately and sought an urgent meeting, right? We sought one meeting of SR mechanism, one talk between special representatives. China agreed to it, leading to a meeting between India's national security advisor and the state councillor. So this is the first time the SR meeting happened after 2010. So through this meeting, they agreed to disengage and de-escalate and follow the measures provided under the border agreements. They agreed to revive the local boundary talks between the military commanders so they could find a solution to disengage and de-escalate. So these talks have been going on for 3 years right now. All right, after the SR talks, many rounds of boundary talks have taken place between local and senior military commanders. And because of these boundary talks, this disengagement de-escalation measure, we have managed to end the crisis at few locations. For example, at Galwan Valley, the standoff has been resolved. At Hot Springs, the standoff has been resolved. Even at Panongso Lake, the standoff has been resolved. At these three places, both sides have agreed to remove the troops, move back, and disengage and de-escalate. So these standoff points have been resolved. But even today, there are two other places where the standoff continues, where Chinese troops are still deep inside Indian territory. One is Depsang Plains. It is unresolved even today. The other is Demchok, located somewhere over here. At Demchok and Depsangla, the standoff remains even today, and it's an unresolved standoff even now. Even now, boundary talks are taking place. The military commander level talks are going on as per the protocols of the boundary agreements of 1993 and 1996. All right. So we are trying to find a solution, but China is not showing the willingness. So the lesson for India is that China will remain an aggressive, hostile threat to India, right? That is inherent to China's geopolitics today. This has had a huge impact on India-China relations. And India has reasons to believe that China has turned so hostile, so aggressive because of two reasons. There could be two reasons why China suddenly has become so hostile and aggressive against India. One is because of the close India-US relations. The extremely close strategic defense relations India-US have formed, and the groupings they are creating, such as Quad, the quadrilateral, which is seen as a counter to China in the Indian Ocean, in the Indo-Pacific region. Right? Second could be the modernization of India's border infrastructure and India's improving military preparedness. See, China has noticed the major changes India has introduced in the border areas in the last 23 years. Remember, I told you, we reversed the defensive policy towards China and border planning. And from 2000 onwards, we have been very proactive, very aggressive in creating advanced border infrastructure. All right. And we are focused on military modernization. We have procured advanced military assets, from advanced drones to strategic aircrafts. Right. We have P-8 Poseidon, the C-17, C-130 Globemaster and Super Hercules aircraft we have got from US. The Apache and Chinook helicopters, again from the US. the S-400 missiles from Russia, the Rafale from France, right? All these advanced military assets have strengthened India's military preparedness. We have a dedicated mountain warfare division in the Indian Army today, right? So, in every possible way, India's military preparedness has improved, and we are in a much better position to take on China. If there were to be a war in the future, right, India is in a formidable position to deliver significant damage to China as well. Plus, our border infrastructure has gone up. We have built strategic roads, railway networks, tunnels. We have activated airfields in the forward areas. So, this improves our mobility. Our troops can be quickly deployed in the forward areas, and this threatens China. All right. So, China sees this as a threat. And when India reorganized Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh was made a union territory. This also has a possible implication because it's a union territory right now without a legislative assembly. It comes under the direct administration of the central government, and Ladakh is where Aksai Chin is located, right? India claims Aksai Chin as part of Ladakh. So these unilateral changes India made by reorganizing J&K was strongly opposed by China. China joined Pakistan to criticize the changes, right? When we revoked special status of J&K under Article 370 and reorganized J&K, these issues were brought up at UN by Pakistan and China. China supported Pakistan's position, right? So the changes that have happened to Ladakh, where center has got direct control today, the military modernization and the improvement in border infrastructure, and our strategic ties with US, these could be the factors which is driving China's hostility and aggression against India. Just look at the map here. This map is showing you a new road, a strategic road we built right before the Ladakh clashes broke out. It's called the DSDBO road. It is a very vital road link created by the Border Roads Organization, the BRO. It connects Durbuk with Daulat Beg Oldi. All right? Durbuk and Daulat Beg Oldi. These key locations are linked, and this road further connects with Leh. Now, if you observe in the map, it's actually a satellite picture. You can see the line of actual control is running almost parallel to this highway that we have built. Rather, the DSDBO road has been built by India parallel to the LAC. You can see Panongso Lake, the beautiful Panongso Lake over here, right? You can see the Galwan River flowing and forming the Galwan River Valley where the clashes took place. So right next to the LAC, right next to it parallelly, we have built this strategic road, the DSDBO road, the Durbuk Daulat Beg Oldi road. This gives India, especially the Indian Army, right? It gives Indian Army opportunity to quickly mobilize troops and equipment if required to the line of actual control. Is that clear? It was inaugurated by India in 2019. So China definitely sees this as a threat. It's a major improvement of India's border infrastructure that aids our military deployment. Then in Daulat Beg Oldi, which I was pointing out earlier, in Daulat Beg Oldi, an advanced landing ground has been reactivated by Indian Air Force. At this point, which is almost the last border point of India, after that you have Karakoram and Xinjiang, right? You can see Siachen here. This is the Siachen area. All right. In this strategic region, we have activated a British era airfield, a World War era airfield, and Indian Air Force has started sending aircrafts here, advanced aircrafts, which can bring hundreds of troops and equipment very quickly. So this threatens Chinese positions, right? So all these factors might have pushed China to get this aggressive and hostile against India and trigger the latest Ladakh tensions. So the current situation is that 3 standoffs have been resolved. Hot Springs, Galwan, and Panongso. These standoffs have been resolved through talks, but Depsang and Demchok standoff continues, and we are yet to find a solution for that. Many experts are pointing out that India might have lost a significant amount of territory. Government of India is denying the claims that we haven't lost any territory, but experts are showing through evidence, through satellite pictures and other data, that China might have occupied at least few hundred square kilometers of Indian territory. All right. Recently, just 2 days ago, on October 11th, the article was on October 11th, so on October 10th, another round of boundary dialogue took place. All right, between senior military commanders of Indian Army and PLA. Fresh boundary talks have been held to resolve the Depsangla standoff and the Demchok standoff. This is the 20th round of border talks which has been held in the last 2.5 to 3 years. Ever since the SR talks happened, after that, these boundary talks began to resolve the Ladakh crisis. 20 rounds of talks have been held, but only 3 standoffs have been resolved. But the Depsang and Demchok standoff has not been resolved. They have failed to make any progress along the line of actual control. So these two standoffs remain as it is, they remain unresolved. So this is something you should pay attention to in current affairs. Going forward, there will be many more rounds. Both sides have agreed to maintain the pace of these negotiations. This dialogue and negotiation will continue as per the boundary agreements we have. So in the future, in the coming weeks or months, there might be some resolution of the standoff at Demchok and Depsangla plain. All right? Or you never know, it might turn for the worse. Things might escalate and turn into another round of standoff. So please pay attention to this topic. All right? I've covered all the key points regarding our border dispute. Everything from the entire history, from the origin till now. This is more than sufficient. It almost covers the crux of the India-China chapter. India-China relations is largely based on the border issues that we have. Understood? So now, let's proceed to other topics. We have few small minor topics. There are some strategic issues we face in the Indo-Pacific. We also have a economic relationship that needs to be discussed. So let's take a look. We have 30 minutes left. Let's try to cover as much as possible, and then I can take some of your doubts and questions. Let's start with string of pearls theory. We'll also look at the Belt and Road Initiative of China and the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. See, from early 2000, we started witnessing the rise of China. The rise of China as an economic and military power in the Indo-Pacific. After 2 to 3 decades of economic reforms, after establishing itself as a manufacturing powerhouse, right? We saw the tremendous rise of China. It became a massive economic power and a formidable military power. Its rise as a global power was guaranteed, and its rivalries with the US began in early 2000. Now, the US saw China as a direct threat to its superpower status. So this led to a new Cold War rivalry between US and China. So China started focusing on the Indo-Pacific. It has expanded its economic, diplomatic, and military influence across the Indo-Pacific in the last 23 years. So in the Indo-Pacific, a major challenge for China is India. Apart from US, then apart from Australia and Japan, the major challenge for China, for Chinese influence, is India, especially in the Indian Ocean. Because Indian Ocean is our backyard. This is our strategic backyard, where India has been a dominant power for many, many decades. Right? Even historically, since ancient times, right, Indian civilization has been the dominant power across the Indian Ocean. In today's world, in today's geopolitics, India has been the regional power of the Indian Ocean. We are the ones who have had dominant influence across Indian Ocean. Now, obviously, China wants to counter that. it has resisted the Indian influence, and it has tried countering the Indian influence from South Asia to West Asia, East Africa to Southeast Asia. So, along the boundaries of the Indian Ocean, along the rim, China has deliberately and constantly tried to undermine Indian influence and Indian interests, as it sees India as a competitor in the Indian Ocean, as it wants to counter India. It has tried undermining our interests and influence. And one strategy of China to do this is called the string of pearls theory. All right. See, officially, China does not have any such policy. This name, the string of pearls, was coined by the US Department of Defense. The Pentagon, which is the US DoD, the Department of Defense, was studying Chinese investments across the Indo-Pacific. In this analysis, the US military realized that China appears to have a strategy to encircle India and contain India. This is a military and intelligence assessment of the United States. American defense planners and American intelligence agencies, they noticed a pattern in early 2000 that in the Indian Ocean specifically, China has taken up many commercial projects, especially port projects, which appear to have a strategic purpose because of its strategic location. The American analysts, the military and intelligence analysts, they saw that China is making massive investments in seaport projects, which appear to be commercial projects, but they all have strategic locations. So their suspicion was China might use these port facilities for strategic purposes, maybe to potentially turn them into military bases to support the PLA Navy. If the PLA Navy wants to deploy ships and submarines, right, they will need refueling and resupplies. They'll need logistical support. If PLA Navy wants to dominate the Indian Ocean, deploy ships and submarines constantly in the Indian Ocean, it would need bases around the region where it can access refueling and resupply facilities. So they believe, the US believed, that China indeed has a deliberate strategy to make such projects happen in the Indian Ocean with the intention of encircling India, surrounding India, and trying to contain Indian influence in the Indian Ocean. That's why they called it string of pearls. It's like pearls which are aligned across the Indian Ocean, which you can string them together, like how you form a necklace using pearls, you string them together. So similarly, it's believed that China has this policy called string of pearls. All right, this name was given by the US, by the US Department of Defense. This theory is subscribed by Western countries, even by Western think tanks, and even by India. The Indian government, Indian media, Indian think tanks also believe that China indeed has this strategy to encircle and contain India. China dismisses this. China has nothing called string of pearls. Officially, it doesn't have any such policy as such. But if you notice Chinese projects as well, even you will say that there is a pattern to it. Remember the Kyokfu port that I showed you in Myanmar? The Kyokfu port in Myanmar, which we studied under India-Myanmar relations. This is already part of the China-Myanmar Economic Corridor under the Belt and Road Initiative. So China has funded and built a strategic port in Myanmar facing the Bay of Bengal, which is the Kyokfu port. Next, the Chittagong port in Bangladesh. It has Chinese investments. All right. In Sri Lanka, the Colombo port and Hambantota, two major port facilities and container terminals have been built by China, giving China a strategic influence in Sri Lanka. In Maldives, China has gained access to an entire island. One whole island has been leased to China. It's called Feodu Finolu. The Feodu Finolu island was leased to China, and it is building port facilities on this island. It's building a seaport and even a airport. In Seychelles as well, China has got similar port access. Across East Africa, from Kenya, Tanzania to even Mozambique, across these East African countries, China has taken up major port projects. It has funded them, constructed them, and it has access to them. Chinese companies control these terminals and their operations, which means they can allow Chinese naval ships and submarines when needed. All right. Then can you see the Salalah port in Oman over here, facing the Arabian Sea? Even this is built by China. China has major investments across few West Asian ports in UAE and other West Asian countries as well. In West Asia, China has major investments in such projects. Then, the Gwadar port in Pakistan, which I had mentioned in a previous class, right? It's right next to our Chabahar port in Iran. It's near the Hormuz Strait, near a choke point, and very close to India. This is part of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which is a component of Belt and Road Initiative. Then finally, China has even set up a foreign military base. It has publicly acknowledged that it's a military base, which is in Djibouti. Can you see this small African country here? All right. This is a choke point here. It's called the Bab el Mandeb Strait. The Bab el Mandeb Strait is like Malacca Strait and Hormuz Strait. It's a choke point that links the Red Sea over here. This is the Red Sea. It connects Red Sea with the Gulf of Aden and Arabian Sea. This is a very, very critical shipping lane. It's the only preferred connection between Europe and Asia. For shipping between Asia and Europe, this is the most preferred route, the shortest and the best possible route. So there is this narrow choke point called Bab el Mandeb Strait. And the country present here on the other side of the strait is Djibouti. Since the region is affected by piracy, this is where Somalia is also located, in Horn of Africa. This is the Horn of Africa, right? It looks like a horn of a rhinoceros. This part of Eastern Africa is the Horn of Africa, where Somalia is located, and piracy is very rampant. There is also the threat of terrorism and civil wars all across this region. So these criminal terror activities could be a threat to shipping. That's why in Djibouti, many foreign powers have set up their military bases, their naval bases. Even US, Japan, and European powers, they have a naval base in Djibouti because they want to stabilize the Bab el Mandeb Strait, ensure it is secure, ensure it is free from piracy and terrorism, to protect the shipping lane that connects Europe with Asia. In this critical country, China has set up its first foreign military base. PLA Navy, right, has officially acknowledged it. This is the first foreign military base of China. The first foreign military base of China. Is that clear? So, now if you look at all these projects that are present in the Indian Ocean, all these key ports, most of them are commercial projects like Colombo, Hambantota, Kyoktfu, Gwadar, Chittagong. right? The projects in Maldives and East Africa, they're all commercial projects, but the locations are strategic, located at key locations in the Indian Ocean around India. Now, if required, China can always turn them into strategic facilities to dock Chinese ships and submarines and use them to target India or pressurize India. So, this strategy is called string of pearls. This alleged strategy of China to encircle and contain India, this is called the string of pearls. This fear, this threat has come real as well, because China has used Colombo port to dock nuclear submarines. It has brought spy vessels to Hambantota and Colombo, right next to Indian waters. Right? You might have heard about it recently. A Chinese spy vessel called Yongwang 5 was allowed by Sri Lanka to dock at Hambantota and Colombo. India objected to it. Then recently, just few weeks ago, Chinese naval ships and spy vessels again visited Sri Lanka. They docked at Colombo and Hambantota, which represents a threat for India. Right? So this theory that China is encircling India, containing India in the Indian Ocean through port projects and strategic projects, this is called string of pearls strategy of China. Is that clear? Next, the Belt and Road Initiative, also called One Belt, One Road project. This is the brainchild of Xi Jinping. This is a pet project of Chinese President Xi Jinping. He has personally pushed this initiative. He sees this to be the solution for China becoming a global power. He sees this as the path for China establishing its economic strategic dominance to counter the US and lead to the emergence of China as the predominant global power. So Xi Jinping has given direct support. It is his pet project in a way. And under this initiative, the Belt and Road, BRI, or One Belt, One Road, both are the same. Under this initiative, there are two components. There are two separate components. There is a land-based component called Silk Road Economic Belt. All right, you can see that here. The land-based component, it tries to revive the ancient Silk Route that connected ancient China with other parts of Asia and Europe. This is the route, the land trade route through which silk was being traded from China. So China's ambition is to revive the ancient Silk Route through this land corridor, where it is building highways, railway networks, pipelines for oil and gas. It's also investing in power plants, industrial clusters such as special economic zones, etc. This represents the land-based component of the Belt and Road Initiative, the Silk Road Economic Belt. China's ambition is to connect the road, railway network, and pipelines and other connectivity projects with South Asian countries like Nepal, Bangladesh. Bangladesh comes under the maritime route, actually. All right. So Nepal, Pakistan, right? They are the focus. Myanmar, of course, is a focus in Southeast Asia. So China wants to connect with all these regions, from South Asia to Southeast Asia to Central Asia. In fact, China has already built several important road and railway networks along with pipelines that connect China closely with the Central Asian countries that you're seeing here. From Kazakhstan to Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, they're all closely connected with China already. Right? It wants to extend the network towards Russia, towards West Asia, and as well as towards Eurasia and Europe. This land-based corridor that China is pursuing, this is the Silk Road Economic Belt. All right. The first component, the land-based component, it basically includes roads, railway lines, pipelines, and any other connectivity, along with power plants, industrial clusters. The second component of Belt and Road is a maritime component, a sea-based component. It's called the 21st Century MSR, or the 21st Century Maritime Silk Road Initiative. Just like the land-based Silk Road, right? Even in ancient times, there was a maritime Silk Road as well, where through the sea route, Chinese empires were exporting silk to countries around the world, especially to Europe and Asia. Just like India was exporting spices, China was exporting silk through these trade routes. So China is trying to revive the maritime links by reviving port infrastructure towards the east coast of China, from where it wants to connect strategic Chinese ports with Southeast Asia, with the Pacific, especially the Pacific Island countries, with Indian Ocean and South Asian countries, with East African countries, and as well as, of course, with West Asia and Europe. This is China's ambitious plan to link these critical maritime shipping lanes, further dominate the Malacca Strait here near Singapore and Indonesia. So it is investing in many key port projects in Southeast Asia, South Asia, in Africa, West Asia, and Europe. Right? It's trying to revive the sea-based links, the maritime links, so it can dominate the trade routes and establish China as a predominant global economic power. So under the project, China is providing funds, providing massive investments as loans, and China will execute the construction as well. Chinese companies will be given the contracts to execute these key connectivity projects, right? And China hopes that these projects will give China commercial dominance. So this is your Belt and Road Initiative. It's an economic initiative focused on connectivity. So it focuses on land connectivity to revive the ancient Silk Road, and the maritime route as well to revive the ancient maritime Silk Route. So this, in short, is your Belt and Road Initiative. Now, please note down all the neighbors of India, everyone except for Bhutan, they have joined Belt and Road Initiative. Write down this point. All neighbors of India have joined Belt and Road Initiative. Only exception which has stood with India is Bhutan. Except for India, Bhutan, every other neighbor of India, be it Pakistan, Nepal, then Bangladesh, Myanmar, Sri Lanka and Maldives, and even Afghanistan, right? They're all part of Belt and Road Initiative. They've attended the summits, the BRI summits, which are hosted by China. Now, if you observe the map carefully, you can see that the route is connecting with India as well, right? Some of you might have noticed, some of you might have asked that question as well. Sir, how come the route is connecting with India? That is correct. China wanted India to be a part of it. China wanted India to be a part of the land and the maritime component. That's why the map is showing India also as a part of the initiative. All right, because China knows India is a massive market. It can't ignore India. Even India would have benefited by being part of such a global initiative. But the problem for India came up with one of the components of BRI, which is the CPEC corridor. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which is a key component of Belt and Road Initiative, became a threat for India. Is that clear? China and Pakistan, they released the alignment, the route alignment of the project, of the corridor. And when India saw the route alignment, India was furious because the alignment directly threatens our sovereignty. This route passes through Pakistan occupied Kashmir. It threatens our sovereignty over POK, which is Indian territory claimed by India under the illegal occupation of Pakistan. Remember the Shaksgam Valley that we saw earlier, which Pakistan has ceded to China, right? This is where the CPEC passes through. See here, you can see Kashgar, the capital of Xinjiang province. This is the Xinjiang province of China. So under CPEC corridor, Xinjiang is being connected with Balochistan. All right, places like Kashgar is being connected with important ports of Pakistan like Karachi and the Gwadar port, which China has built. China has built and funded the Gwadar port, the strategic Gwadar port. It's just few kilometers from Chabahar port, which India has built in Iran. Just around 90 to 100 kilometers. That's the distance between Chabahar and Gwadar. All right. So if India has built Chabahar port in Iran, China has built Gwadar port in Pakistan, and China's ambition is to connect Gwadar and Karachi ports with a network of road and rail projects. With a network of road and rail projects that will connect with Xinjiang. It also includes pipelines for directly transporting oil and gas. So China is also building power plants in Pakistan as Pakistan faces a massive power crisis. It is also setting up industrial clusters along this route to revive the Pakistani economy. So China has invested billions of dollars into this project. And the problem for India is that it passes through POK. These are occupied areas, which is under Pakistani occupation. What you're seeing here, right? This whole territory is under Pakistani occupation. So the route passes through Pakistan occupied Kashmir, passes through Shaksgam Valley. These are Indian territories occupied by Pakistan, and Shaksgam Valley has been ceded by Pakistan to China. Right? So it directly threatens our sovereignty and makes China a party to the Kashmir dispute in an indirect manner. Because obviously tomorrow, if we try to bilaterally settle the Kashmir dispute with Pakistan, China will get involved as it has invested billions and billions of dollars. It will not allow India-Pakistan rivalry to affect its projects, to affect its investments. And that would be undue pressure on India. We have made it clear Kashmir is a bilateral issue. We don't encourage any third-party involvement. Meaning, China should play no role in Kashmir. But by investing in these projects and by aligning the corridor here in POK, China is becoming a party. Indirectly, it's becoming a party to the dispute. So that is why India rejected the whole project. We have boycotted the BRI summit. And the only neighbor which supported India was Bhutan, as Bhutan closely follows India's foreign policy. So except for Bhutan, all the neighbors have set up their initiatives, right? They're all part of the Belt and Road Initiative. Now, the biggest advantage of CPEC corridor is that it gives China direct access to Indian Ocean. China will get direct access to Indian Ocean region, and it can bypass its strategic weakness at Malacca Strait. Remember, I had mentioned this under India-Myanmar as well, the same point. When we discussed the China-Myanmar economic corridor, I had mentioned that there are 3 projects China is pursuing to directly access Indian Ocean without depending on Malacca Strait. As Malacca Strait is a choke point, it's a weakness for China. It's trying to build direct routes to connect with Indian Ocean. So CMEC in Myanmar allows China to connect directly with Bay of Bengal. Similarly, CPEC with Pakistan allows China to connect directly with Arabian Sea and even with Persian Gulf. So all the oil and gas imports that China makes from West Asia right? Oil and gas supplies coming from West Asia, they can be just brought here to Gwadar and Karachi and taken through pipelines and road and rail network directly into Xinjiang. It need not be taken through ships into Malacca Strait and then to China, which is a longer route and a riskier route for China. So from Persian Gulf, oil and gas shipments can come here directly, and through the CPEC corridor, it will directly reach China. So that is why China is so obsessed with this project. It's a priority for China. It has proposed to expand the corridor as well. Recently, it has suggested that it might expand the project to include Afghanistan. It's trying to include Iran as well. It wants to bring Afghanistan and Iran also into this corridor and expand this corridor further. So India opposes the project, and that is why we have quit Belt and Road Initiative itself, because this is an integral component of Belt and Road Initiative. Now, some of you might ask, what will happen if we don't oppose or boycott? Then it weakens your claims over POK. Then it means you're accepting other countries using your territory, right? So if we have to justify our claim and keep claiming POK areas, we have to oppose any such third country's activity which threatens our sovereignty. All right. So we have firmly rejected the project and boycotted Belt and Road Initiative. So I think with this, we can end the session for today. It's been a good, productive session. We are just left with two last topics. We have South China Sea dispute and economic relations, and one final conclusion on India-China. This we can do tomorrow. All right. In the next class, we'll pick up this discussion and wrap up India-China, and then we'll look at Indian Ocean region. So today, let's see if there are questions and doubts. We'll spend some time on that, and then we can end the session for today. Bhavya is asking, sir, as you explained, TTP issue in Pakistan is a leverage for India. But if TTP takes over Pakistan and if they create a Taliban regime, then that would be a threat for India as well. Yes, you're absolutely right. See, TTP's threat to Pakistan is a leverage because it kind of helps us to put that pressure on Pakistan. But we will never wish TTP to take over, TTP to topple the Pakistani state. Right? I told you, India would be the first country to protect Pakistan if there is a threat to the Pakistani state itself. We are the last ones to wish Pakistan to collapse. Right? That would be a nightmare for India because of the nuclear weapons and terrorists getting hold of it. Right? India will do everything possible to protect and stabilize the Pakistani state if required. So what you're saying is absolutely right. We don't wish TTP to topple the Pakistani state. But as far as geopolitics is concerned, right, TTP can help us in, I mean, not that India sponsors them, but since it's already targeting Pakistan, it has affected its ties with Afghan Taliban. That is where it can become a leverage for us. Differences have come up between Pakistani government, the ISI army, and the Afghan Taliban government. That could give us an opening where we can reach out to Afghan Taliban and have a relation with them, have a deal with them, so our interests in Afghanistan, Pakistan can be protected. All right, but we'll never work with TTP. TTP is a terrorist outfit, right? And we never wish TTP to take over Pakistan. India would never do that. The leverage is because it has created differences between Afghan Taliban and Pakistan. They were always friends. Pakistan has used Afghan Taliban to sponsor terrorism against India, to breed anti-India terror groups. So the differences which have come up between them because of TTP is a leverage, because we can now isolate Afghan Taliban, pull it away from Pakistan's influence, potentially, and try to have a deal with them to protect our interests in Afghanistan. That is where it becomes relevant. Shreyank is asking, sir, what's the Hong Kong issue? See, Hong Kong was a British colony until recently. Until 1997, Britain had control over Hong Kong. All right, as you know, it's a major commercial center, right? But it's essentially Chinese territory. China had sovereignty on Hong Kong. So this is a very unique system in a way. All right, like you see China here, right? In Hong Kong, British administration was there, democracy was there, whereas in China, it's a authoritarian communist regime. So in 1997, the agreement came to an end. There was an agreement which was signed during colonial period between Britain and China. This agreement expired. The lease on Hong Kong expired, which meant Britain had to decolonize. It had to leave Hong Kong behind. So in 1997, Britain quit Hong Kong completely, and Hong Kong came under China's sovereignty, which means China has full territorial sovereignty on Hong Kong. But however, before quitting, Britain signed a deal with China. The deal was, it's called the Basic Agreement. Under this Basic Agreement, China promised to uphold the two systems. Right? In China, there are two systems. China is an authoritarian communist state, mainland China, but Hong Kong remains a democracy. So China made a promise to retain democracy in Hong Kong and not threaten the democracy and the democratic institutions in Hong Kong. This is part of the Basic Agreement that Britain and China had signed. But now, what China is doing, it's trying to suppress democracy in Hong Kong. It has encouraged pro-China parties. It has targeted the pro-democracy protests and the pro-democracy parties that are there. It has tried to stifle democracy and impose its authoritarian communism. It has brought out many controversial laws, national security laws, which allows Chinese authorities to have jurisdiction in Hong Kong. So Chinese intelligence and security agencies and even police, they now have jurisdiction in Hong Kong. Previously, it was not possible. So now China can target the pro-democracy leaders and activists in Hong Kong, threaten them, and it can slowly kill democracy and bring communism in Hong Kong as well. So that is the Hong Kong issue. So native people of Hong Kong, they protest against this. They want democracy to be retained, which was a promise made by China under the Basic Agreement. That is why they lead these pro-democracy protests, which causes a lot of violence and instability in Hong Kong. Vedashri is asking, China recently included Arunachal Pradesh in its maps. So won't we engage in talks? Won't we do anything with it? See, right now, India-China talks have broken down because of the border tensions. The latest maps which China published, as usual, it shows Aksai Chin and Arunachal Pradesh as its own territory. And India objects to this. We have clearly rejected the map, right? We have said these are Indian territories and China has no claim over it. India's position is very clear. We have rejected the new maps of China, the claims that China keeps making, and it's part of the larger border dispute that we have, right? So whatever talks are taking place, right, that itself covers the issue that you're mentioning, the issue with the new maps. And it's not just that. China has even renamed some places, some border villages. Some villages on the Indian side also have been renamed, given Mandarin names, Chinese names, to show China's claims over Indian territory. But we reject all these aggressive acts of China. Janvi is asking, sir, how come all the nations in which China is investing heavily, especially the small nations, they are not able to understand China's policy of neo-colonialism? See, many small countries, like take Sri Lanka, for example, or Maldives or Myanmar, they've all been attracted by China's investments, right? What they look at is China is providing concessional loans, cheap loans, the $2 billion worth of investments. So they obviously get driven by the money factor. They're getting cheap credit, which can drive investment and key projects in their countries. They don't look at the burden, the debt burden, which might build up in the long term. Many Chinese loans, right, they've been accused of being predatory in nature. Apparently, it is designed by China to be predatory, which pushes the small countries into a debt burden. So many countries realize that later, like Sri Lanka did, right? Sri Lanka couldn't repay the loans for Hambantota port and gave up Hambantota port to a Chinese company. It had to lease Hambantota to a Chinese company. So definitely there are concerns regarding the loans that China gives. There are concerns that China is benefiting itself. It's harming the small countries. But still many small countries get attracted because this is one easy way of raising funds for their projects and investments. Also, in many small countries, there could be corrupt governments. So they'll take the money from China. All the leaders will get rich. They'll make money on their own. So that could also be a driving factor, right? So despite the risk of a debt burden, many small countries have fallen prey to China's loans and investments. Saurabh is asking, sir, your video on YouTube regarding Israel-Palestine, is it relevant for today? Yes, it's a video from 2 years old. It's a 2-year-old video. When the last Hamas and Israel conflict happened in 2021. That's when I had discussed Israel-Palestine conflict. So you can watch that video because all the background, everything is the same. Only thing that is which changes is the current affairs, the current development, the latest attack of Hamas and how it changes West Asia, right? But other than that, all the historical background will remain the same. So it will be relevant in that regard. Janvi is asking, are there any platforms where India, China have collaborated? Yes, as I told you, at Climate Change Convention, we worked together to finalize the Kyoto Protocol. We jointly opposed the developed countries in climate change negotiations. Even with regard to World Bank and IMF, we have jointly pushed for reforms of World Bank and IMF. We want the governance and voting structure of World Bank and IMF to change because these financial institutions are dominated by the US and European Union. We want that to change. We want emerging economies like India, China to be given more representation and more voting power. So these are the multilateral platforms where India, China have collaborated together. All right. So guys, these are the questions. With this, we can end today's session. Tomorrow, we'll catch up. We'll finish the last two topics in China and then look at Indian Ocean. I hope it was a good session. Do let me know how it went. And let's see you tomorrow. Till then, take care. Have a good day.